يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
For all the people who are trying to do calm commentary on the ongoing war, they must actually be extremely concerned. Concerned not because of whether this is a world war or not. This is a world war. Let nobody have any doubt about it. More than 30 nations are directly or indirectly involved. If this is not a world war, I don't know what is. The question is, there is no predictability in the present situation because at the center of all of this is an unflinching narcissist called Donald Trump, who is a person you cannot predict his next move. He will do everything and anything possible to give this war a spin. Now look at those visuals. He is now sitting there in the Oval Office praying to the Lord, quite literally. This is not just a visual. This is making it look like he's seeking divine intervention or justification for the fire that he's lit. He's trying to make this look like a religious war. And that is the worry about Trump. A quick match tossed into Iran after his luncheon with Netanyahu at the White House. He thought the spark would last a few days, but this war has gone on far beyond what Donald Trump had anticipated, which is why he hosted pastors and military commanders into the White House. And military commanders are telling troops that Donald Trump has been anointed by God as part of a divine plan. Can I have the audio up on this? This is a very worrying visual because Donald Trump is making it look like this is a divine war he's fighting, like this is some kind of a religious crusade. Please listen to this.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Donald Trump's attempt to make it look like he's fighting a Christian war. Like this is some kind of a modern-day crusade. And this is extremely worrying because there is a clear political intent behind what Donald Trump is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside this extremely troubling attempt to try to paint Donald Trump as a man chosen by God, as a man chosen by the God Almighty to fight God's battles on earth, ladies and gentlemen, they are now releasing memes saying, "Justice, the American way." This is a war video that Donald Trump is releasing. What is this war video? You need to look at this. This is a mashup of Iron Man, Superman, Transformers, Deadpool, Star Wars, taking on the subject of war. A war which has killed little girls who were at school, has snuffed out the lives of hundreds of children, and America has turned this war into a video game. Listen to this. This is horrific.
Wake up, Daddy's home.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of. Finishing this fight. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger. Time to find out. Maximum effort. Here it comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the White House becomes something as troubling as this, and I call upon today BBC, CNN, and all these other channels to tell me how much investigative journalism have they done on the killing of hundreds of schoolgirls in the bomb attack that happened in Iran. Is that something that they would put into a video game, into a meme released by the White House? Why are these networks not releasing it? Why are they not talking about it? Is Donald Trump fighting God's battle by killing hundreds of children? This is so unfortunate, and if that confused dichotomy is not enough, the Americans have now pulled back on their grand morality of Russian oil, and they are saying to India, we give you a waiver. We give you a waiver. There was a tweet that was put out by Scott Bessent who says to keep oil flowing in the global market, we are giving a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Indian oil. What rubbish, Scott Bessent. You can put that tweet into the dustbin because we have made it clear we have never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. We've never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, within America, as this nonsense goes on, there is major anger against Donald Trump. The people are not convinced. That was visible in this visual of a US Marine. Full frame, please. A US Marine was dragged out of a Senate hearing. He was heard screaming, "No one wants to fight for Israel." This is also the sentiment on the ground in America. The anger against Trump is growing.
No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand, his hand! Oh, his hand!
While that happened, they broke his hand because today Trump and Trump's people cannot tolerate any dissent. It's not just about people being unconvinced. Pete Hegseth and Trump are contradicting each other. Pete Hegseth, the embarrassing Secretary of Defense, came out and said it was not a regime change war. Now Trump is saying that he wants to be involved in picking the next leader of Iran. Trump said initially it will take 4 weeks, and there are reports in some sections of the media that it will take at least 100 days. Some people are saying this will last till September. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all circling back to that visual. The fact is, Trump doesn't know what he's doing anymore. This is a confused man. There's a section of the media in America which says that his name has come up very strongly in one part of the Epstein files. How can a man whose name features in the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen, present himself like a person chosen by God? Every single visual. This is a visual of Trump seeking divine intervention in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to spin this narrative. He's lost on tariffs. He's circled on Epstein. He's a man who is on the back foot on Epstein. He's lost the battle on tariffs. He's not in control. People are angry with him. His popularity is at an all-time low. He's not setting the narrative. He's not in the driver's seat. And this visual is the most troubling. This visual of him, and with all media attention, trying to make it out to be a religious war. Ladies and gentlemen, a war about oil. A war over oil, a war over trade routes, a war over money is Trump's war. This is not God's war. This is Trump's war, and Trump's war alone. Let's debate.
We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing.
Inside Oval Office stand pastors from across the United States. With their hands placed on Donald Trump's shoulders, they pray for wisdom.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today.
U.S. President, the man who started the war,
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
is now seeking divine guidance. While the war in West Asia has picked up pace on day 7. Iran has begun launching next-generation ballistic missiles capable of dispersing submunitions. Israel is hitting Hezbollah hard in Lebanon, while launching multiple air raids on Tehran, striking presidential buildings.
Whoa.
Death toll in the war-hit country has now crossed 2,000 mark. While the US seems to be losing the plot. Donald Trump said US aims to change regime in Iran.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
Now his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says it's not a regime change war.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change.
Trump said the operation will take 4 to 5 weeks.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
But Iran is not Venezuela. Pentagon now is reportedly preparing for a conflict that could last till September. While the Peace President's administration is busy giving permissions even when not asked. Treasury Secretary says his department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. But Trump's advisors perhaps don't know New Delhi never stopped buying Russian oil. The man who wanted to be the peace president is now turning the war into a semi-religious crusade. With no roadmap on what's next, it's the war machine that seems to be driving America's next step.
before I introduce our panel this evening, I have some breaking news that just came in, that the Indians have given safe harbor to an Iranian warship. This is confirmed news called Lavan, and this safe harbor has been given on the 4th of March. And this news is important from our context, also from a global context. I don't have the details, but apparently there was a request from the Indian side, and we've given safe harbor to an Iranian warship. This information comes on the backdrop of an attack on an Iranian warship, a frigate, which happened just 373 kilometers from the Indian coastline of Thiruvananthapuram 2 days back. So all the people who are criticizing India for not intervening in the attack on the Iranian warship Dena, that was in international waters. The fact is that IRIS Dena never sought safe harbor from India. The SOS from Dena was to Sri Lanka, not to India. India sent in rescue craft on the Sri Lankan request, but I can confirm that an Iranian warship is under Indian protection right now. And that happens after we were approached by Iran to take in the Iranian ship IRIS Lavan, which was also in the region for the International Fleet Review being hosted by the government of India. This is very significant new move. This request was received on 28th of February. Is that the date when Khamenei was killed, right? Yeah, and it's indicating that it was a docking in Kochi was very urgent. And Niranjan has more from the news desk. Niranjan, quick 30-second update from you, please. Niranjan.
Arnab, this was 3 days before IRIS Dena was shot by a submarine, torpedoed 40 nautical miles from the port of Gaul in Sri Lanka. In fact, the request itself was received on the 28th of February.
Yep.
1st of March, 3 days before the IRIS Dena incident, it was docked in Kochi. 183 Iranian sailors are in Kochi right now. This is breaking news.
Yes.
This busts the entire narrative. And let me tell you one last point, Arnab.
Yeah.
In Sri Lanka, the opposition claims that the Sri Lankan government waited 11 hours. IRIS Dena waited for 11 hours, no permission given, and eventually was torpedoed by a US submarine. But we helped the Iranians.
This is very important, Niranjan, because this shows the power, strength, and strategic autonomy of the Republic of India. Your quick comment, General Dayal, on this.
It's a great news.
It's a great news, actually. Yeah.
Great news, and I think this is the second ship which had participated in Exercise Milan out of the two Iranian ship.
Yeah.
And it looks like that the first ship which was unfortunate, probably they had crossed the line, and I think because there was a blackout of communication, that
did not have Indian protection, no.
From the Iranian point of view, Iranian and the ship may have lost, contact, and they may not have been able to reach out to the Indians. But this happened just on 28th. So it was in our waters. They've given us absolute security, which is a great news.
This would be noted globally at a time when the world is not sure which way it stands.
So we should inform this. I think this is the right way.
We should tell the whole world that we have an Iranian warship in our protection.
Because a perception is also being created by this war that probably, that everybody is silent and
falling into the Trump side. India is not.
Silence is being misconstrued as, in agreement and as if everybody is towing your line.
Yeah.
So
this is sort of very important. I'd like to welcome my panel this evening, Tatiana Kukareva from Russia, who's visiting here for the Raisina Dialogues, and we have many guests. We have Dave Ramaswamy, strategic affairs expert. He's joining us to my left. We have Matthew Foldy, editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Thank you. We have with us Lisa Curtis from Virginia. We have with us Professor Hussein Bagchi, professor of international relations in Turkey. We have with us Adam Belos of the Israel Innovation Fund and Adrian Calamel from Washington. He's pro-Trump. Adrian, if I can come to you first, what is going on here? I saw those visuals of everyone praying for Trump. Seeking divine intervention. I mean, what was that visual all about, please? Can you explain that? Can we run the visuals? Yes, please. Adrian.
Well, let me back up here and say, you describe me as being pro-Trump. I'm pro this policy, his foreign policy here. All right, so that's a big difference. You have Trump religious crusade with a question mark. This entire segment leading up to it, there's no question mark. You're saying this is a religious crusade. This has never been a religious crusade. This has been about their nuclear weapons, about the ability to reprocess and to enrich. Every country that has the ability to do that has produced a nuclear weapon. The regime cannot be trusted to do that. So they've been given opportunity over opportunity. They started this clandestine program in the early 1992, 93, and they've been working on it ever since. They finally got caught in 2003, and that's when all of a sudden they enter into this with the UN and the IAEA and all this.
Yep.
And they still cheat. They still cheated all along the way.
Okay, yeah, but
it was about the nuclear program. Hold on. Khamenei started this war because he did not want to give up on his nuclear program. He had the choice to go through what every other country, the mechanisms every other country goes through. He decided not to.
Okay.
He had a choice between collapse or his nukes. He chose his nukes, and now he faces collapse. That's it. It's nothing religious. It's not a religious crusade. This is the first time I've heard this coming out.
Well,
this is the first time.
I see. It's a question. It's also. I'd say one thing, Adrian. I think it's a moment of introspection for the Western media, which must start thinking about why it has blacked out coverage of the killing of hundreds of school children and said that it's happened, the schoolgirls died because of a friendly fire, which has been uninvestigated.
I
think one must show the courage to do that.
It has not been uninvestigated. It was proven. It was proven that the IRCG had a fallen missile that misfired. And I have to say something right now.
Who proved it,
I'm sorry,
Adam? Who proved it, Adam? Who proved it?
It was already.
Who proved it, Adam? Who proved it?
It's been all over the news.
Who did that QED maths on it?
Hold on. It's been all over the news for the last 24 hours.
Which news?
I had to sit through 20 minutes of absolute propaganda leading up to this program, not only with a ridiculous amount of panelists, which means that none of us are actually going to be able to speak at all.
I will extend the show as long as you want.
You have labeled
Douglas,
this a religious war. You have labeled this a religious war. And not only that, I have to say this, I have no idea whose side you're on, because to me, based on the dialogue and the monologue and the diatribe that you went on, it sounds like you're on the side of the Islamists.
Okay. Now listen. Listen, Adam. I hate it when people die and you put out a video game out there. I take objection to this. I take objection to the video gaming. I take objection to the White House putting out a video which includes Superman and Batman and Hulk. What is this? Now, I ask you today, Adam, is there any sanity left in the White House? Please allow me to, please allow me. What is this video? I want to play the audio there. I want to ask you, I'm asking you, Adam, I've supported you. I've supported Israel after October 7th. There is no network that is as aggressively for the Israelis in the fight against the Hamas. But I ask you tonight, for heaven's name, what is this video which features Pete Hegseth along with the Transformers? I ask you tonight, what is this video of Pete Hegseth and the Transformers? You answer me.
Hey, I understand that you want to be the Piers Morgan of India and that you want to make ridiculous hyperbolic statements all the time. And that's what that was. Your entire monologue was a bunch of hyperbolic statements, taking things out of context.
Now listen, listen to me. Listen to me. Andrew, don't get emotional about this. Don't go emo on me.
First of all,
I'm just saying one thing to you, that if you were to look, I don't need to be any Piers Morgan. I probably have 100 times his viewership. You know, if we are a continent, then Piers Morgan is a county. This is the Republic of India. Our network reaches 500 million people. You cannot imagine the size and reach of the Republic Media Network in a long time. So I don't want to be compared to minuscule anchors in an island nation. My question to you is simple. What was that Transformers video? Douglas McGregor, Colonel Douglas McGregor. I, as a world citizen, take exception to a video game, to the video gaming of a war, to a video. This is you are showing Iron Man, Superman, Transformers, Deadpool, and Pete Hegseth and Star Wars and anime in one shot. It is wrong. What is this?
I can scream just as loud as you. If you are a world citizen, you just gave the most.
You've turned this war into a meme fest.
In Hebrew, you would say "bli context."
Whatever. No, I know. I asked Douglas. Can I get Douglas into this?
You literally gave a commentary on America without understanding any context as to the votership, any context as to who are Trump's supporters, any context at all. You literally laid yourself out as understanding.
Listen, Adam, I have no bone to pick in this fight. I just find it bad that you're playing a sequence.
Wait, hold on. You literally just
every time you say, hold on, can I get Douglas to comment?
I'd like to, if you don't mind.
You have to be open to criticism. Douglas, where is this headed? Now that we've memed the war, where is this headed?
Where it's not ending anytime soon. The United States and Israel are trying to bomb Iran, a country half the size of India, into submission to Israel's demands. And those demands are not acceptable. They're not going to be met because it amounts to effectively Jewish supremacy over the entire Middle Eastern region. Iran is the last man standing at this point, and Mr. Netanyahu has been striving for years to bring on this war. He's been successful. He wants. Now Iranian missiles are hitting Israeli cities at more than 4,000 miles per hour. You know, remember, a commercial airliner takes 2 hours and 40 minutes to travel between Mumbai and New Delhi. A hypersonic missile covers the same distance in about 7.5 minutes. Bombing is not a strategy, it's a catastrophe. And the whole world is paying for this. Every Indian household and corporation will pay a war tax for a war they didn't start and for a war they don't want to continue. A global recession is no longer a forecast, it's a reality. Now, the reason I came on is that I think India is uniquely positioned to lead the effort to end this war as soon as possible. India has good relations with all of the key players in this war, everyone who has an interest. India is not part of the problem. India is the solution. And so I hope that Prime Minister Modi will take this seriously, contact all of the belligerents, and find a way forward to end the war, because President Trump can't do this. Last night, he tweeted unconditional surrender as the only answer he would accept from Iran, which is, of course, absurd. It was absurd when we said it during the Second World War. It lengthened the war and killed more people. It makes any sort of resolution led by Washington an impossibility. Now, I don't know how long President Trump will last in office. I do not exclude the possibility that by the end of the year, he may not be there. But right now, the United States, Iran, Israel, Russia, China, all the countries that have anything involved whatsoever in the Persian Gulf, the people that live there themselves, all of them have an interest in finding a way to peace. That's what I hope India will do, is lead that effort.
Yeah. Douglas, that's a live shot from Beirut of some fresh bombing that we have got out here. Now, what we are seeing here is hardening of positions, Dave and Matthew. We've seen the word unconditional surrender now being put out. Trump at this time yesterday said that I need to play a role in deciding. And he mentioned Delcy Rodriguez. He said someone like Delcy Rodriguez must be the chief of Iran. Now, he wants to play a role in that nomination yesterday. Then we've seen this prayer ceremony, and now we've seen him talk about unconditional surrender. Then we had a tweet which came out from Khamenei's handle, obviously operating by whoever's holding things there. Can I have that tweet out, graphics team? Can I put that tweet out in the full frame? So in 30 seconds, I'll put a tweet out. It shows a missile. And it has a fresh warning by the Iranians who are hardening their positions. The nature of the shots fired and the attack on the Azerbaijani pipeline, Dave, yesterday proves to me that there is a strategic mind operating in Iran. It is not a senseless missile throwing around the world that's going on, which means the situation geopolitically is more complicated and less predictable. Now, Douglas says there must be resolution. Who's going to begin the resolution? Who's talking? Whose counsel is Trump taking?
It's a very good question. These are difficult conversations. But one thing I can say, adding to what Colonel McGregor said, it's like what we're seeing unfold is asymmetric warfare. Like, of course, Iran's annual military budget is a fraction of what America's is. They can't take America head on, but they're very smartly figuring out the soft underbelly of America in the Middle East, which is the GCC countries.
No, why is that my God comment?
So by taking
who said my God?
So by taking out American assets, or at least targeting American assets in Bahrain, in the UAE, in Kuwait, and really putting the squeeze on these countries, like, as you know, Arnab, the air traffic in the GCC has ground to a standstill.
Absolutely.
The port of the Straits of Hormuz have a pretty much blockaded because no insurance company wants to provide coverage to the ships.
Yep.
So we have a situation where the GCC economies are just being imploded with $20,000 drones. So UAE has a $500 billion economy. It's being brought to its knees with a series of $20,000 drones. So this is asymmetric warfare.
In any war, Matthew, there would be a politics behind it. There would be, the public sentiment would matter. We saw that visual there of the US Marine being dragged out. I'm not saying it's representative, but we also see some polls come out which say that the people are against American troops being killed on the ground. And if that happens, the sentiment will move against Trump. What is Trump playing for politically here? What is his, and where is he placed today, truly, beyond the tweets and the statements?
Great questions, by the way. Great to be with you in person. I'm getting a little bit of studio envy for when I go on TV in America. And
welcome.
To your point on it not being representative of what was going on in that Senate hearing, that person specifically, the U.S. Marine, obviously appreciate his service, is a Green Party candidate for Senate in North Carolina. So this is a guy who is on the farthest left of the political spectrum in America, which puts him about the center right of European countries. So that instance, while viral, is in no way indicative of what you're seeing with American politics. I mean, the guy who you see carrying him out is a former Navy SEAL who's a Republican senator forcing the guy out of the Senate hearing. So that was what was going on in that thing. To Colonel McGregor's point, I happen to be on the team of unconditional surrender in World War II being a good thing. We were fighting the greatest evil that has ever been conjured, all on the other side here. And as for what President Trump is looking at, I interviewed him shortly after, twice actually, Operation Epic Fury. And the things that he said to me that I think are important now are the message that he said in when I called him, I think 12 hours after he started the campaign, was everything is going ahead of schedule. What you've got to remember in this war, like any other war, is that everything is an information battle, and Trump likes escalating to de-escalate a lot. You'd see this with tariffs all the time, tariffs getting threatened that are actually just negotiating standpoints. That's what I think the president is doing with the unconditional surrender demand, for example, is you want to start by staking out this position. I'm not sure who he's negotiating with because they've probably killed 3 more Iranian leaders since we started this program. And as for what he's doing in America, I'll let you go on after this. The thing to remember is, affordability is the most important word.
Unconditional surrender happened, you referred to World War II. I didn't want to make this comparison, but Matthew, unconditional surrender happened only after hundreds of people were vaporized by nuclear bombs in Japan. So there is unconditional surrender does not happen. Are you saying that Trump will carry out a nuclear attack on it?
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm saying, what is when you were testing of ICBMs?
And also the Nazis unconditionally surrendered. We didn't nuke them twice. But
but after the Nazis unconditionally surrendered, the Americans, in a show and tell that the rule of law exists, sent a Supreme Court judge from the American Supreme Court to Nuremberg to put up a trial at Nuremberg. Why did they do that? They did that only to show to the world there is a semblance of the rule of law. On the contrary, Pete Hegseth comes and he says the rule of law doesn't matter at all anymore in this world. So this is not that America, Matthew.
Can I just add one?
Yeah, please. And then I'll come straight to you.
I just wanted to your question.
Am I factually incorrect here? No.
The point you were asking about politically what Trump is looking at is this is where you see him talking with gas prices. And right now you see gas prices going up because of complete global instability with oil. That's where I think you have to remember what's going on with Venezuela, where they're trying to flood the market, increase the supply, lower the cost of oil. When you look at politically, you had said that polling would show that most Americans are opposed to troops dying. Of course, obviously that is the case. There's no one who is in favor of that. So it's obviously continuing.
But then this needs an end soon then.
It's incumbent on the administration to explain in an ongoing manner. And I think you're seeing a lot of transparency. You see President Trump doing interview after interview about this war. And so he has to explain why and when he wants it to end.
Tatiana, I mean, do you see this end? I'm concerned about this stretching into the summer.
Well, first of all, Arnab, and also very grateful to be face-to-face for once.
Same here.
There's a vibe to the studio.
Super.
So let me go with the vibe and put things into context. I believe our first speaker asked for context. Let me put things into...
Are you talking about Adam or Adrian? You're talking to Adrian.
Adrian,
we'll put Adrian on screen. Adrian, that's Tatiana Kukareva, senior journalist from Russia, responding to your initial remarks. Adrian, go on. He's there on screen now.
So let me put things into context. First of all, I've been listening for 4 years. You know, you guys say Khomeini started the war because he refused to negotiate. I've been listening for 4 years, being called someone who comes from an aggressor state, because we were watching for 8 years Russian people being slaughtered in Ukraine. And we were telling, look, there is a red line. That was Russian people, Russian-speaking population. Now, Khomeini, yes, not supporting what he did, but he slaughtered Iranian people, not American people, Iranian people. I'm not sure they even spoke English. If we are the aggressor state for protecting a Russian-speaking population in Ukraine, then I'm sorry, I'll put this into context, so is the US. And it's a much more of an aggressor state because you went into a foreign country that had nothing to do with the US, and you said that, okay, we're standing up for the protesters. That's context number one. Context number two, Andrew, unconditional surrender was only possible, not because Matthew, not because the Americans. So have I. We have something in common. Unconditional surrender happened because we did the work. You came in, swooped in at the last moment, and did a very good show in Nuremberg. Is that context enough? Now, Arnab, coming back to your question.
I will say I'm with you on the World War II part.
Thank you.
We appreciate that.
Russia and the US, closer than
But I'm definitely not with you on the Ayatollah being this innocent lamb not exporting global terrorism
I didn't call him a lamb.
It's not only Iranian, tens of thousands of people he gunned down in the streets, blood that's on his hand. It's 47 years of the regime exporting terrorism around the globe.
And yet,
that's what instigated.
You aggressed a sovereign state.
No, we responded. There's a sovereign state, for sure.
You responded to what?
To the 47 years of Iranian exporting of terrorism across the globe. Yes,
the US?
The Ayatollah and the IRGC have blood.
Yeah, I'd like to get a guest from Ankara in Turkey, Professor Hossein Bagchi. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Professor Hossein. Now, Trump said unconditional surrender. From where you are, from your worldview, is that going to happen? A. B. The question everyone's asking tonight. How long can this stretch? How long can we allow it to stretch?
It will take some couple of weeks, first of all. To get Iran under control, you need to send troops there, which is very difficult. After Iraq and Afghanistan, Americans paid a lot of money. There will be another expense then. I do not think that Donald Trump is going back from his original plan to get the regime out from Iran. He will be successful probably at the end, but it will cost a lot to Americans, to the region, and including to my country. Despite the fact that Turkey is not part of this conflict, Turkey tries to play the role of mediator, the balance of power, politics. One is a very close ally, the other one is the next neighbor. So Turkey is in a very difficult situation, but so far Turkey is very successful to keep neutral within this context. How far American government can make pressure on Turkey, we will see. The missile which fallen in Turkey yesterday, it was a question whether Turkey could use Article 5 of NATO, whether NATO would support Turkey is another debate now which going to take place. But I do not think that Turkey will join the war, neither on the Iranian side nor American side. Turkey will try to mediate, to keep it calm, and probably will hope that it's finishing as soon as possible. But Arnab, your question, how long it will last, this is an open question. I think nobody can answer it now.
Doesn't it depend very much, Dave, on how long Iran can hold out? Has there been, now we are 6 days into this, Dave, has there been an underestimation of Iran's ability to drag this on the assumption that ground forces can't be committed by either Israel or the US?
Yeah. Sure, that's a great question. Let me add to what Matthew said.
Yeah.
This year, 2026, is a midterm year in America.
Yep.
So there's a political calculus also at play. Like President Trump, if you contrast what he did in his first term, he kept the US out of no new wars in 40 years, versus what he's compelled to do in his second term. There are various lobbies at work in DC.
Yeah.
So, but to answer your question, I think President Trump probably expected a short and swift operation like Venezuela or some of the other operations that they've done. And this is kind of spun out of control.
Yes.
So there's a domestic calculus, like adding to what Matthew said, he cannot afford to get gas prices too high and have American troops come home in body bags. That's kind of a non-starter politically.
So he got the wrong assessment?
So
he got the wrong assessment. Lisa Curtis, let me draw you in. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was a feeling that Trump has been given an assessment of a quick capitulation after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. Has that gone wrong? And if that tactical success has not happened, do they have plan B? Lisa.
So I think the major reason why I am not supportive of this war is that we have not been given any evidence that there was an imminent threat against the United States. We've heard different explanations of why this was necessary now. I think probably some of Trump's advisors had said, look, the regime is down and out, it's vulnerable following these protests in December. Now is the time, go in, take care of the issue. But that's a huge gamble. That's a major gamble that he has taken. And it's very similar to the same gamble that President Bush took 23 years ago when the U.S. invaded Iraq. So I think that he has put himself on the line. It may work out. Maybe there will be regime change, but there's no guarantee of that. And I just want to say one more thing, please. That the sinking of the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean region, I think tells the rest of the world that it can no longer count on the United States to uphold the rules-based order. This is a role the United States has always been the guarantor of a rules-based order. And my fear is that with actions like this, that the United States is undermining its own credibility with the international community for being that country that is standing up for a rules-based order. And I completely disagree with the commentator who said that, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was justified, because it was not justified. It was completely unprovoked and was an act of aggression. So I'll just stop there.
Tatiana, you want to respond to that briefly? I give you opportunity. Tatiana?
Look, I would actually rather prefer to answer your question about how long it can last.
No, my question was different. Is Trump, you've interviewed him twice, Matthew. You know him to some extent, or read his body language. I mean, it's like nobody, actually, sorry, I take that back. Nobody understands Trump. Nobody. And to claim to understand Trump would put you on the firing line.
You're hilarious, yeah.
But is Trump surprised, Matthew, by how long Iran has kept fighting?
So
Would Trump be surprised?
Great question. I've interviewed him more than twice. I was saying I've interviewed him twice since Operation Epic Fury started. And I interviewed him a couple of days prior to it, and I asked how we're negotiating.
When was the last time you met him?
Before or after Operation Epic Fury, you mean?
How many days back?
I interviewed him on, I don't know what day it is anymore, just got it, I think Monday, I don't know. I interviewed him Monday. I interviewed him on Monday most recently. But a couple of days prior to
When you met him on Monday?
No, I called him.
You called him on Monday?
On Monday night.
Tell me what you said. What was your conversation like?
That was what I already categorized.
I'm always curious about Trump.
Well, let me tell you what he said before the thing.
Was that an interview?
Yes.
Okay. What did you say?
So I asked him, in essence, how were the negotiations going? Again, this is before I or the Iranians, of course, had any idea what was going to happen with Operation Epic Fury. And one of the things that he said to me was, the Iranians, they've stopped killing the protesters, then they resumed killing the protesters. He said they halted, I think it was 837 executions. So he was trying to give them a reason to almost be trusted. They would say, hey, we've stopped gunning down all of these protesters in the streets, and then obviously...
Which means he wanted a way out.
Look, you see Trump is
Which means he wants a way out.
Trump is very hesitant to deploy force, but then when he does it in...
This is very interesting, viewers. Douglas, you need to respond to this. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers watching this, Matthew Foldy the editor-in-chief of Washington Reporter, spoke to Trump on Monday. Yeah. Today is Friday. Yeah. He spoke to him on Monday on the phone, did an interview. And in that he says, Colonel Douglas, that he said that, you look here, there were protesters being killed and that's not being killed. So he was trying to make it look like the war which had begun, the killing of Khamenei had got some advantage.
Yeah, that was what he said to me before.
Before?
Conversation about how Iran had stopped killing protesters, that was from an interview I did prior
to Khamenei.
Post Epic Fury, one of the things he said in an interview that I did with him was, for the Gulf states that are under attack by Iran, stay strong. You are going to get your chance to hit back at Iran, which does
why would they hit back?
Which does suggest that there will be a prolonging of the conflict. Why would they hit back? Because they're getting hit. So and then let me just wrap this point by saying, look at what he did with Venezuela and the negotiations with Maduro, where he had him negotiation after negotiation after negotiation. At some point, we all lose patience. Trump lost patience. Delta Force goes in. Maduro sitting in a prison in New York City.
In this, it appears to me, Colonel, that it's possible that Trump has miscalculated, Colonel Douglas, from what it appears to me, right?
Well, President Trump has relied almost exclusively on what I would call the Israeli narrative, which is what you're hearing from the American that's just spoken. This is the narrative that is trying to convince the world that.
Well, actually, it is the American narrative, but that's fine.
This is the state that has to be destroyed, and if we don't destroy it, we're not going to save civilization and so forth. Look, if you're interested in Islamic terrorism, you'd be much more focused on Pakistan, or for that matter, on Syria right now, which is headed by the alumnus of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Al-Nusra, and is killing Christians, Shiites, and anything else they don't like on a routine basis. So that's a lot of nonsense. I think that President
Douglas,
Trump
if you want regime change in Pakistan and Syria, you can make the case for that.
I think that, no, I don't want to go to war with Pakistan. I'm simply pointing out that if you're looking at Islamist terrorism, you're looking in the wrong place. The bottom line is this. Yes, lots of miscalculations were made, but that's from Mr. Netanyahu. That's from the Israeli intelligence telling him repeatedly over and over and over again that this will not be difficult, that the regime is so unpopular it will be easily toppled. That was always a lie. It never made any sense. And now we are in a war that just is not going to end. And contrary to popular belief, you cannot bomb this regime out of office. It won't work.
That is my most worrying fact here, General Dayal. When I speak to people, 7 out of 10 people are saying to us tonight, this is not ending soon. Now, given the fact that, say, Pakistan, smaller country, 20 days of oil left. India, bigger country, will work with Russia, but we'll be squeezed as well. Can we afford to let it last beyond a month?
We can't afford because, Arnab, firstly, let's understand, this war has not been waged out of, imagination. It's a well thought out strategy of America. And let me tell you, if in the last year, in June, they fought for 10, 12 days, they bombarded Iran, and Iran didn't come to you till you brought in B-250 bombers from all the way from America. And that too, you probably compromise yourself. So this war, if somebody thought Americans were thinking will be over in 10 days, 12 days, 25 days, then I think they are misleading. American strategists, the military strategists, would well be aware of all this, that after the last June war, Iran has also changed its strategy. So war is going to be longer because it's not a war on Iran. It's a war on the control of entire energy sources, war on the control of routes of the world, trade routes of the world, war on the diplomacy of the world. So I'll just tell you.
I don't know who advises Trump. Because you can't be myopic in politics.
but it's their strategy.
This entire war, this entire tariff issue was seen to be also a way to punish countries that buy Russian oil, right? Now, Tatiana, see,
they want to isolate
I truly believe, I truly believe, Dave. I truly believe that it is Putin who's having the last laugh, Dave. Because what would he be sitting in Moscow and thinking right now? He's going to say that, thank you, Scott Bessent, thank you, Donald Trump. And Scott Bessent says, we are allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Basically, overnight Russian oil is justified now. The whole argument in Davos was no Russian oil. Now America is saying Russian oil for a while.
This comes back exactly what we discussed
so you benefit.
at that time.
So you benefit.
Look.
So Tatiana, Putin suggests that Russia could halt gas supplies to Europe, arguing that shifting exports to other markets may be more profitable. Now, Russia's share of EU pipeline gas has fallen from 40% earlier to 6% now. With this, Russia is back. I'm sorry, but with this, the bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, Russia is back. Congratulations, Tatiana.
Thank you.
Well done. This is, Trump is working for you.
Yes.
That's the point. She can't stop smiling.
Yes, you're right.
Look,
China, Russia.
My Russian guest is all smiles.
Russia.
I'm just
And
happy
she
to
hasn't
be
had to
here.
lift a finger. Every heavy lifting is being done by Trump.
With all due respect, though.
It's a great point, Arnab, because the entire post-Ukraine narrative was sanction Russia, keep their oil off the world market, and then put a price cap on Russian oil.
But that was Biden's. Was Biden's narrative.
It's a policy. But it was instituted by Biden, extended by Trump in the first year. But now everything is out the window. Now Russian oil is being sold, Arnab, for $5 to $6 above the international.
The European Union, Tatiana, the European Union has already approved plans to phase out most Russian pipeline gas and LNG imports by 27. Now, the question is, Qatar's LNG output is disrupted. Global gas supplies are surging by 50%. This West Asia, Middle East crisis is accelerating your re-entry into the global markets. You are going to be the leader of the global energy markets, and you're going to get a premium for it.
I wish it were that simple. Yesterday at Raisina, we actually heard from one of the people from Europe, and when asked at point blank, are you looking to come back to Russian gas? They said, we hope not, thank God. And that is a fact. So the one country that will benefit from it, and I will stand my ground, we spoke about this a few days ago, the one country, they have replaced Russian dependency on US dependency. US is number 2 supplier of gas to Europe. That is the country that will benefit. The number 1 supplier is Norway. The number 2 supplier of gas to Europe is the US.
But don't you think it's amazing? I think the story today is India. I think it should be a global story because India has given protection to an Iranian warship.
Absolutely.
And I think hats off to the government of India for that. Adrian, see, there are countries which are going to stand.
It's the right thing to do. If I could just say something real quick. We haven't talked about China, but for a very long time, part of the strategy that is being pursued in Washington is to try and hold China hostage to oil in the Middle East. And the assumption was that if we in Israel could get control of the oil resources, then we'd have China by the throat. That's not going to work. The Chinese have built the Belt and Road program for a reason. The Chinese are now very closely aligned with Russia for those reasons, and Russia will provide most of the resources. But there's something else here, and that is this is a war, not just to establish preeminence for Israel in the region. It's also a war against the future. The future is not the past. The Bretton Woods system is done. We are now finished in the Gulf. America's deterrent capability has been exposed. We're talking about the emergence of a new world, a world in which great civilizational states like India, China, and I would add Persia, are going to have a profound impact on the future of the country, the future of the world. Americans don't like that. They've been the center of the universe now for 80 years. That's about to change permanently.
Adrian, I want your counter on that, if there's one.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I came on here, I listened to everybody that was against it. It turns out, like Colonel McGregor here, who's always on Tucker Carlson's show and these other shows spinning this propaganda, this was all pro-Russia. You're spinning this into a pro-Russia, how this war is all of a sudden against it, now you're against it, and then it's going to benefit Russia. Well, if that's your argument, so be it. I don't have much to say at this point. I think you kind of lost the plot on this one.
Okay, Adrian, we have different perspectives. I'll give a short word here. Yes, please.
See, Arnab, the danger is much larger. If America succeeds, it will control the world in a different way. If America fails and Iranian hardliners succeed, then world will see a different sort of instability. Trump has pushed the world into a corner where the future doesn't look good, at least for next 10 to 12 years. You are talking of 3-4 months. I'm talking of 10 to 12 years, because there was an element in Iran which was moderate, which was trying to bring Iran to some sort of a consolation on communism. That is totally diminished today. So if hardliners win, believe you me, there'll be terrorism across the world. If America wins, there'll be new colonialism in the world. Be rest assured.
Tomorrow it's going to be a week. Tomorrow it's going to be a week. It's Saturday. And as of tonight, as we wrap this up, and we have breaking news right after this, 2 countries looking more desperate. Iran, which came out in the Khamenei social media, the tweet which came out, which showed a missile, a fire-tipped missile. I don't know if I have that visual. And on the other side, Trump doing this whole ceremony seeking divine blessings. Both Iran and Trump are looking more desperate as of this evening. And there is absolutely no sight of any mediation. Thank you for watching. Good night and goodbye.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
قاعد نمتص
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live this morning. It's a Saturday morning here on Republic. News flow continues. Donald Trump, the president of US, says he wants to be involved in selecting the next supreme leader of Iran. That's our top story we're tracking here. And we're also getting you all the top updates of the war against Iran. But the headlines first, let's get started. Iranian ship IS Lavan docked in Kochi, India, gave safe harbor to Lavan on March 4th. 183 Iranian sailors in IRIS Lavan accommodated at Indian naval facilities in Kochi. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid of IRIS. Dana busted. Dana never sought safe harbor. 2 IAF pilots killed after Sukhoi fighter jet crashed in Assam during a routine training. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. Breaking news coming in from the war zone in West Asia. US and Israel have launched fresh airstrikes against Iran. Iran's Mehrabad International Airport hit by massive US-Israeli strikes. So big updates coming here on Republic TV. And the strikes are continuing. Like we said, the strikes are continuing. We are getting these updates because cross-border strikes continue. Let's get the latest which is coming in right now. Iran says that a lot of areas are being bombed as Trump is demanding unconditional surrender. So Iran's Mehrabad airport was hit by US-Israel airstrike. Latest coming in, US President Trump demanding Iran's unconditional surrender as Tehran continues to strike targets in Israel and Gulf region with drones and missiles. Iran's ambassador to the UN says the US and Israel recognize no red line in committing their crimes. This is what Iran is saying. Because Iran claims that densely populated areas, civilian areas, are also being targeted. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Similarly, Israeli airstrikes are continuing in the targeting Bekaa Valley town in Lebanon. Pictures on your screen of Mehrabad airport. This is in Iran, which has been hit by US-Israel airstrikes. So strikes continue. And there have been many updates coming in of cross-border strikes. Trump saying that U.S. military is doing very, very well in the war on Iran. He says he thinks that the U.S. military was doing very well, and he believes he can set the terms of what happens next, saying there had to be an unconditional surrender. Back-to-back updates coming in. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Oh, all right. So we're getting these updates on Republic TV. Let's also put out all these pictures. This is the Mehrabad airport, which has been bombed. So 2 videos on your screen showing you the latest strikes. A short while back, we also told you there were huge explosions which rocked major Tehran airport as Israel hits the regime infrastructure. That this is exactly what Israel is calling it, the regime infrastructure. So Tehran has been hit, Mehrabad airport has been hit, multiple other areas have been hit. Explosions have been heard in Tehran as well, in Tehran's main commercial airport. Eyewitnesses reporting burning planes on the tarmac, and Israel had said it will keep launching new wave of strikes on Iran. President Trump saying that there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. And we're getting these updates coming in. These pictures coming in from Tehran's Mehrabad airport. This is Tehran's Mehrabad airport developing news. It's a large attack on Tehran, one of Tehran's main commercial airports. So this is one of the main commercial airports of Tehran. We can see that burning planes and large plumes of smoke are visible at the Mehrabad airport, which is one of the busiest airports and main domestic hub in the videos which are there on your screen. Okay, let's get you some more updates which are coming in. While addressing a press conference in the White House, US President Trump claimed that they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force. He also goes on to claim that they have eliminated 2/3 of the Iranian leadership. Trump also boasts of destroying the Iranian Navy. Now, we are getting you all these updates about the US President Trump, what he has said, and the update that the White House is giving on the war.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their Navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their Air Force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs, walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it, and we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela and what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system, it's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable. And we'll see if we can solve it.
Big breaking up is coming in. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has warned that it will target ships linked to the U.S. and Israel in the Strait of Hormuz, daring Trump to send the U.S. Navy to escort oil tankers. IRGC spokesperson Ali Mohammad Hanani stated that Iran welcomes the U.S. Navy's presence, referring past attacks on American vessels. IRGC dares Trump to send Navy towards the Strait of Hormuz, and they're saying that they're daring the Israel and the Trump administration to go ahead and send Israeli ships or the U.S. Navy to escort the oil tankers at the Strait of Hormuz. So direct threat coming in from the IRGC, direct threat coming in from Iran, where they're warning of attacking the U.S. and Israeli vessels. And this is will only attack U.S. Israeli ships in Strait of Hormuz. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran not backing down at all. And Iran had earlier said that they are ready for any kind of ground invasion that US or Israel might think about or might move on or take action on. So this is a big update coming in here on Republic TV. And let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Speaking of oil, the oil refineries are turning out to be key targets alongside military structures in the ensuing war in West Asia. 4 major refineries in Bahrain, UAE and Qatar have been struck, while Aramco has been hit multiple times by drones and missiles, halting operations and putting pressure on the already strained global energy market. Here's a full report on the key sites hit, why it's critical and what could be the impact. Take a look.
Oil refineries are becoming key targets of the Iran-Israel war. 4 major oil refineries have been struck by missiles and drones, putting a dent in the supply in global oil market. Saudi Arabia's key oil export hub at Ras Tanura, operated by Saudi Aramco, has been struck multiple times by Iranian drones. The refinery produces 10 million barrels per day and is projected to increase production by 80% in 2030. Responding to Republic, Aramco stated that it has rerouted crude to Yanbu in Saudi Arabia. Babco Energy's refinery in Bahrain was hit by Iranian missile and fire broke out. Fire was contained and operations continued. Babco is a key crude oil supplier, and 85% of its crude oil are exported to Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and Southeast Asia. The port of Fujairah in UAE, the world's 3rd largest bunkering hub, has faced multiple incidents over the last 72 hours. Fujairah is a key ship refueling center near the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar Energy facility in Ras Laffan was hit in Iranian strikes and halted operations. LNG supplies to India and several other countries have also been affected following the strike. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, it raises stark concern over global oil crisis amid the unending war in West Asia.
A war in West Asia is now hitting global oil markets. Attacks on key energy sites and tensions in the Strait of Hormuz have pushed prices higher. India has also held a high-level oil briefing as supply concerns grow. Here's more on the story.
Global oil markets are on edge as war in West Asia sends energy prices surging. Brent crude has now climbed above $90 a barrel, the sharp rise coming as attacks hit energy infrastructure across the Gulf. The biggest fear, the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial choke point that handles a large share of global oil shipments, now facing major disruptions. Tanker traffic has been hit, with attacks on ships and rising security risks for energy cargo moving through the region. At the same time, oil infrastructure across the Gulf has come under fire. In the UAE, a fire broke out at the Fujairah oil storage and trading zone after drone debris fell on the facility. In Qatar, Qatar Energy halted LNG production at key facilities after drone strikes, sending global gas markets into turmoil. And in Saudi Arabia, the Ras Tanura refinery operated by Saudi Aramco was targeted in a drone attack, triggering security shutdowns. All of this has fed into the global price shock, with analysts warning oil could touch $100 to $120 per barrel if this conflict continues. Back home, India held a high-level oil briefing as this crisis deepens. India imports a majority of its crude, with nearly half of its oil supplies passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Officials say India has strategic oil reserves and alternative supply options at hand. The United States has also allowed India to get its oil from Russia, but prolonged disruptions could still hit import costs and inflation. As missiles fly and tankers stall, the global energy market is now firmly in crosshairs of this war.
Getting some big breaking updates coming in, so let's go next to updates we're getting for our viewers. Ukraine to send up support to counter Iranian drones. That is right. Big updates coming in here. Ukraine will be sending support to counter the Shahid drones, specialists and support to the Middle East to help counter Iranian Shahid drones after a request from the United States. So Ukraine to send support to counter these drones. And these are the Shahid drones. These are cheaper homemade drones of Iran, but they are extremely effective. They're capable of precision strikes. They're also AI powered. So Ukraine will be sending support to counter these Ukrainian drones as the war escalates. Now, this is a request which was sent from US, and Ukraine is sending support to counter the Iranian drones. So we see that as predicted, different countries pitching in, taking sides, and now Ukraine will be sending specialists to help counter the Shahid drones. The Shahid drones, which are extremely effective drones, and Iran is using these drones specifically to target the US consulates, embassies, and US sites in the Gulf region. US President Trump is also demanding Iran's unconditional surrender as Tehran continues to strike targets in Israel and Gulf regions with drones and missiles. Iran's ambassador has said that US and Israel are targeting civilian areas. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, Ukraine has pitched in with help. We see UN experts are also calling for investigation and are asking for restraint. So, viewers, as the war in West Asia intensifies, the White House has released a couple of videos showcasing the strikes on Iran, but the style of these videos has raised eyebrows, with critics saying that they make a real war look like a video game. That is right. Take a look at this report.
As the Middle East burns, the White House releases videos that shows the war not as a war, but as a video game.
Wake up, Daddy's home.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Maverick sent out.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out.
Maximum effort. Finish.
Here it comes.
Now end this. Flawless victory.
In another video, the White House shows the different attacks on Iran, but not in a traditional way.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again.
White House does not stop here. They released another video using clips from a baseball game. While West Asia burns, the White House does not fail to boast of its strength by showcasing its attacks. Not through statements, but by showing that the war is merely a video game for them.
Okay, viewers, American and leaders from Israel are promoting rhetoric that suggests that the assault against Iran is a religious war as the West Asia conflict moves into its 8th day. Israel and the US started attacking Iran on Saturday, and they have been doing so ever since. Iran has retaliated by attacking US military installations in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and Iraq, and as well as targets in Israel. According to US watchdog, US soldiers have now been informed that the conflict is meant to induce the biblical end of times. Israeli and US officials have also used religious discourse in public, according to Arnab Goswami, our editor-in-chief. Listen in.
Concerned not because of whether this is a world war or not. This is a world war. Let nobody have any doubt about it. More than 30 nations are directly or indirectly involved. If this is not a world war, I don't know what is. The question is, there is no predictability in the present situation, because at the center of all of this is an unflinching narcissist called Donald Trump, who is a person you cannot predict his next move. He will do everything and anything possible to give this war a spin. Now look at those visuals. He is now sitting there in the Oval Office praying to the Lord, quite literally. This is not just a visual. This is making it look like he's seeking divine intervention or justification for the fire that he's lit. He's trying to make this look like a religious war. And that is the worry about Trump. A quick match tossed into Iran after his luncheon with Netanyahu at the White House. He thought the spark would last a few days, but this war has gone on far beyond what Donald Trump had anticipated, which is why he hosted pastors and military commanders into the White House. And military commanders are telling troops that Donald Trump has been anointed by God as part of a divine plan.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Donald Trump's attempt to make it look like he's fighting a Christian war. Like this is some kind of a modern day crusade. And this is extremely worrying because there is a clear political intent behind what Donald Trump is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside this extremely troubling attempt to try to paint Donald Trump as a man chosen by God, as a man chosen by the God Almighty to fight God's battles on earth, they are now releasing memes saying, "Justice, the American way." This is a war video that Donald Trump is releasing. What is this war video? You need to look at this. This is a mashup of Iron Man, Superman, Transformers, Deadpool, Star Wars, taking on the subject of war, a war which has killed little girls who were at school, has snuffed out the lives of hundreds of children, and America has turned this war into a video game. Listen to this. This is horrific.
Wake up, Daddy son. Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor.
Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger. Time to find out.
Maximum effort.
Finish him.
Here it comes.
Now end this.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the White House becomes something as troubling as this, and I call upon today BBC, CNN, and all these other channels to tell me how much investigative journalism have they done on the killing of hundreds of schoolgirls in the bomb attack that happened in Iran. Is that something that they would put into a video game, into a meme released by the White House? Why are these networks not releasing it? Why are they not talking about it? Is Donald Trump fighting God's battle by killing hundreds of children? This is so unfortunate, and if that confused dichotomy is not enough, the Americans have now pulled back on their grand morality of Russian oil, and they are saying to India, we give you a waiver. We give you a waiver. There was a tweet that was put out by Scott Bessent who says to keep oil flowing in the global market, we are giving a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Indian oil. What rubbish, Scott Bessent. You can put that tweet into the dustbin because we have made it clear we have never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. We've never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, within America, as this nonsense goes on, there is major anger against Donald Trump. The people are not convinced. That was visible in this visual of a US Marine. A US Marine was dragged out of a Senate hearing. He was heard screaming, "No one wants to fight for Israel." This is also the sentiment on the ground in America. The anger against Trump is growing.
Please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Oh my God. Ryan, why are you here? Why are you getting arrested?
Free Palestine, from the halls of Mount Azupla to the shores of Tripoli. Palestine will be free.
While that happened, they broke his hand because today Trump and Trump's people cannot tolerate any dissent. It's not just about people being unconvinced. Pete Hegseth and Trump are contradicting each other. Pete Hegseth, the embarrassing Secretary of Defense, came out and said it was not a regime change war. Now Trump is saying that he wants to be involved in picking the next leader of Iran. Trump said initially it will take 4 weeks And there are reports in some sections of the media that it will take at least 100 days. Some people are saying this will last till September. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all circling back to that visual. The fact is, Trump doesn't know what he's doing anymore. This is a confused man. There's a section of the media in America which says that his name has come up very strongly in one part of the Epstein files. How can a man whose name features in the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen, present himself like a person chosen by God? Every single visual. This is a visual of Trump seeking divine intervention in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to spin this narrative. He's lost on tariffs. He's circled on Epstein. He's a man who is on the back foot on Epstein. He's lost the battle on tariffs. He's not in control. People are angry with him. His popularity is at an all-time low. He's not setting the narrative. He's not in the driver's seat. And this visual is the most troubling. This visual of him, and with all media attention, trying to make it out to be a religious war. Ladies and gentlemen, a war about oil. A war over oil, a war over trade routes. A war over money is Trump's war. This is not God's war. This is Trump's war, and Trump's war alone.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We are here in Visakhapatnam for a special edition of Forces First. Exercise Milan is ongoing, the IFR is ongoing, and we're joined on board INS Nilgiri by 4 young officers who will be telling us about life on board a warship. I'm joined by Lieutenant Ayushman, Lieutenant Commander Koster, Lieutenant Commander Parth Sehgal, and Lieutenant Commander Vinay Dixit. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. To begin with, I just want to understand, what are your reasons, if you could just tell us, behind joining the Navy?
I guess to answer this question, I would like to answer, if I may, I would like to answer in a different manner. I would like to answer it as what the Navy did to me. So when I joined the Navy, I was a young boy of just 18. And when I passed out of the academy, I was an officer, a gentleman. So the Navy is not just a service. It's a way of life. It teaches you, it transforms you into an individual, into an officer who is capable of handling all responsibilities that are bestowed upon him.
But, when you're basically choosing a particular service, there has to be some reason why you do so. As a young person, as a young boy, everyone must have idealized something. Is there any particular thing that had basically driven you to finally decide that no, I would rather be a naval officer versus an army personnel, or for that matter, an Air Force personnel?
I heard join the Navy, see the world, and luckily that has been true for me. I have been to around 15 to 20 countries, so that way, yeah, it has been an amazing experience.
What about you? You're the youngest here, if I'm not wrong.
So I'm a technical officer. So what I see is that the exposure to the technology in any defense background industry or the armed forces is something that is class apart from anywhere we can go to.
So in terms of your experiences, let me begin by asking you this, Lieutenant Commander, because you say that you've visited many countries. Today we're talking at a time when several countries have come here on the shoreline talking about their maritime prowess. What is it that it feels like when you are in a different country representing India, representing the Indian Navy?
So from outside may appear we are going out, we are having fun, we are enjoying. But actually it is more of a responsibility. It is an honor. We are representing the country there. Not only Navy, it's the country. Whatever we do there, it actually reflects on the Indian Navy and India.
Right.
So we have been out, we have conducted many exercises, we have interacted with the personnel there. So overall, the entire focus is on the diplomatic relations. Yeah.
What is it to be like on the deck, in the sense, your day, if I may ask
Absolutely.
you, how does it look like to you when you're especially out in the sea?
So when we are out in the sea, we are a very high tempo operations Navy, I would say. So when we are out at sea, we are mostly exercising. We are mostly conducting, self workup, self training, as we call, so that we are always ready when the call beckons. So when we are out at sea, we are mostly busy in conducting our day-to-day operations.
But no, just to get a clarity, Lieutenant Commander Kaustubh, I just want to understand, what does your day look like? From morning to evening, how does a Navy officer's day on a warship go every day once you're out in the seas?
To sum up, you could say that from the moment we are out at sea, there is a lot of activities that involve training exercises. We have a particular planned deployment. So we know that there are several exercises that are happening with various different units. So the Navy itself is a world in itself. We have ships, we have aircrafts, we have submarines, we have special forces. And so once we are at sea, to get all of these units to complete the exercise, to derive the training value out of it, to achieve the desired result, to see the effect. So that is primarily what is happening at the day. So I could say very well that we are always closed up in the bridge. Every single minute needs to be monitored. We will have to cut for the next seal. When something is getting over, our minds are already thinking about what's coming next. So it's jam-packed, but there's a lot of thrill in it as well. At the end of this, you go look back and you see that what all you've achieved.
Lieutenant, let me ask you this, because you come from that background which requires the technical aspect of it, the technical expertise. For many outside, perhaps the idea of a sailor is perhaps just on the boat itself. There is not much that you really think about the complexities once you're out in the sea, in terms of navigation, in terms of perhaps cooperation. There are various areas. How has it evolved now in terms of technical aspects for you on board? Things in terms of development, how is it developing over the years? What does it really look like to be a technical officer on the ship?
So what I've seen on board is that the world has changed quite a bit, and so has the Navy. We have truly evolved towards a digital system. Everything today is digital based, and with this digital system, software is taking a toll on all the systems. So we can see everybody, even the sailors, the officers, everybody in the technical cadre on board is as well versed with the system as the person who has developed that system or as the person who will install that system. So the expertise we get on ground is, the overall exposure in such areas is much more than what we can get just working on a technical firm, I would say.
because here you're at sea. When you're at sea, you don't have any Google, you don't have ChatGPT. There is no AI available right at sea, and it is just your brain and the technical manuals which you have, and the exposure, the kind of exposure you get.
Was there ever a tricky moment for you, like where you had to basically decide how are you going to go about it? I cannot perhaps really, get into the specifics of it, but are there tricky moments because there's not much help that you really get at a time when you're just out and there is very little connectivity that is available? Are there such moments, trick moments for you?
For example, we had a very tiring day. There was a day at sea, and at around midnight, we found that one of the forward-facing radars were not operating properly. So at night, the bridge, which does the navigation of the ship, is completely blind except for the radars. Now, without the radars, the people cannot navigate, and we had to sit through 3 to 4 hours of gruesome working or tirelessly working on those systems after an entire day of tiring exercises, with my brain majorly fatigued out. And during that moment, I understood that human beings actually do not have a limit, and the limit is decided by your own mind.
You make a mention of thrilling experiences. What many, perhaps our countrymen, may not be aware of is the nature, the diversity in the kind of exercises that you all involve yourself. And it may not be just limited to, warfare exercises that you do, but there are various other, aspects to the Navy, from HADR responsibilities that the Navy has to various other responsibilities. If I may to ask you, what's the most thrilling experience that you've had out in the sea?
So, since you're asking this question to a gunnery officer, I would say my weapons are my life. I have seen a lot of firings, missile firings, gun firings. Every time I hit a target, it's like achieving wonders. But coming specific to a situation, I would say I had the opportunity, I was given the responsibility to go for one of the non-combatant evacuation operations. That's like in a country where there is a civil war or there's some unrest, and we have to take out Indian personnel from there. So we had gone there, our ship went there, and we could actually hear basically firings going on, blasts going on around here and there. We went alongside, we took out the Indians from there. We had a lot of security arrangements which we had to do for that. And then we moved out immediately from there. So if you ask me, the gratitude, the way people thanked us for saving their lives, because once they were reaching the port, they had actually seen a massacre on the way. So that experience is, I think, very fulfilling, and I would say best part of my naval career.
What about you, Lieutenant Commander Sehgal?
So I would recount an event while we were at sea, and we had to go for an exercise wherein we had to fire our main guns. So I'm a technical officer. So for me, the margin of errors on board are absolutely nil. I have to ensure that the systems are ticking, and when the final push of the button is made, the round is fired out of that gun. So just before one of the the serials that was planned, there was a major issue, a major defect that had happened in the gun, and we had basically a response time of approximately 15 to 20 minutes before we had to actually undertake the firing. And in those 15 to 20 minutes, the way we stepped up together as a team, and going up to the deck, ensuring that everything is correct there, checking the system completely, maintaining the integrity of the system, finding out the fault, replacing the defective item, and ensuring that the gun is full, up and running in next to less than 15 to 20 minutes is something which gives me a lot of satisfaction in my job as a technical officer on board. I would say engineers outside, they are the kind of work they are doing, kind of systems they are handling, and the ones that we handle on board naval platforms are very different. We, the systems, the requirement of the system to be always available is what makes us different, what makes us what makes us combat ready, and that's what we are trained for.
Yeah.
Is there a moment that you all have, because out in the sea, there can be an element of monotony. Is there a moment when you all feel that there is a fatigue level, or there is as popular it is outside, the work-life balance. What's the work-life balance when it comes to naval officers?
It's all about answering the call. When the call comes, you answer it. So
Is there a work-life balance here for a naval officer?
See, on board ships, we are working in, I will tell you a general routine you asked before. So on board ships, we work in watches. So there are breaks given to personnel so that they can rejuvenate themselves and always be alert on watches when they are on the watch. So we normally follow a 3-watch system, 2-watch system, depending upon what operations we are undertaking. So the working operations of the ship is such that adequate rest, relaxation, rejuvenation is provided to all personnel, and I would say we have a perfectly running work-life balance.
But do you miss family?
Well, these systems that Lieutenant Sehgal is talking about are actually time-tested. They're almost well into 100 years old. So we definitely have certain organizational measures to ensure that we are countering the fatigue. And but despite that, yes, we're always tending towards that balance. I suppose that is true for anyone. Everybody's trying to reach that perfect balance. It's always something we're tending towards. So there are times when we have balance, and then there are times we're slightly off balance because of certain circumstances.
But then now on a platform like this, where you're interacting with so many other friendly foreign navies, what are the kind of interactions you have with fellow officers of your age and experience? What are the kind of, do you make friends? What are the kind of discussions you have? What are the kind of experiences you share when you are participating in such exercises?
So it largely depends upon with whom we are interacting. So like if we are interacting, like we had visits on board for friendly foreign countries, personnel had come on board. So it's more about exchanging the information, the experience, how they are operating, how we are operating, something they can learn from us, something we can learn from them.
I was actually quite surprised to note that despite the diverse backgrounds that all these navies, all these people are coming from, we have people from, say, Russia, you have people from the Philippines, smaller littoral countries. And yet when I interacted with these other fellow officers, I realized that a lot of their day sounds familiar to what is mine. On a lighter note, we have a lot of visits now that all these countries are there. We're all visiting each other's ships. So I was just telling one officer from I was just interacting with the Australians, just telling them, getting the ship ready, ensuring everything is right to host foreigners. We have to prepare. And I was quite surprised to note that exactly what we do on our ships is what they do on theirs. They're also all worried, whether certain places are shining, whether the entire route that people will be taking is spick and span. So we realize that despite which country we come from, because we're all in the Navy, we all wear the same whites, we have a lot of similarities. We have a lot of things to associate with each other. And that is definitely something very interesting that I've observed in this exercise that we're having right now.
Yeah, if I may ask each one of you, what is that one thing that makes you all extremely proud of being Indian naval officers?
So we are always there to help. I'm a very young officer. I've only served for 4 years, but in these 4 years, I've seen the Navy helping our own country at various locations and helping Indians at other locations as well. And not only Indians, we are always there to help other countries as well. The last time my ship went on a foreign deployment, we were there for HADR operations in Sri Lanka. The ship before that was also present in the Middle East to help the Indian diaspora over there. And the gratitude that we receive from these people is something that is beyond what I could have done as an individual. But because I'm a part of this organization, I am able to receive that gratitude from those people.
Well, I personally think that what especially makes me proud today is the fact that we as a Navy in this year, in this era, are really making a statement. I feel like we are part of a Navy that is on a very, has a strong momentum. The number of ships that we're coming out with, the operations that we're involved with, be it humanitarian, be it exercise, or the way we're interacting with other countries. And yes, being part of this country, when we interact with foreigners, the kind of stature that our country has today, that definitely gives me a very strong sense of pride in where I am and what is it that I'm doing.
I am proud of the uniform that I wear. That is the first and foremost for me. And in addition to that, I feel whatever I am doing is giving me a lot of satisfaction as a whole, because I'm able to contribute to a much bigger cause. And plus, when the country really needs us, I know that I will not be the one who will be sitting on the corner. I'll be the one who will be standing right in the front defending the nation.
First and foremost, as sir said, that's the uniform. I actually take pride in my uniform. Thereafter, it comes the responsibility which I have been given. If I'm able to do my responsibility, the task which has been given to me, if I'm able to do it perfectly, I really am pride. I have that pride. I am proud of that thing. The day a missile is coming on board the ship, and I can say confidently that yes, I can take it down and I can protect my ship and my people, I am proud about this.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. And not often do we really get the chance to speak to young officers. It's always an opportunity for us to speak to the men who are strategizing, but the men who are implementing also play a very pivotal role. So thank you very much for taking out the time, and all the very best. You have a long career ahead. And I think so, Pranav, we must say this on behalf of everyone, that we're extremely proud for what you all do. Not often is it easy for you all, but I'm sure every person in this country would be extremely proud for what you do on a daily basis. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And in fact, it's talking to people like you that gives us the confidence that the future admirals and the future generals of our country are young and energetic and thinking men like you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Women warriors of the CRPF are not just defending democracy, they are redefining it. They are proving that national security and gender equality are interconnected. A secure nation must be an inclusive nation. On behalf of Central Reserve Police Force, I reaffirm our commitment to strengthening women's participation, leadership, and excellence in the service of a great nation.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and today our top focus will be on the war that is going on. It has been more than 7 days, more than a week since the war has been ongoing. That has engulfed the entire Middle East region, but also the United States of America has been accused of using video game videos along with the war footages and trying to promote the war using video games. We'll get you all the details of that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Iranian ship IRIS Lawan docked in Kochi. India gave safe harbor to Lawan on March 4. When 83 Iranian sailors in IRIS Lawan accommodated at Indian naval facilities in Kochi. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid IRIS Dana busted. Dana never sought safe harbor. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. Iran's Mehrabad International Airport hit by massive US-Israeli air strikes. And also, 2 Indian Air Force pilots killed after Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jet crashed in Assam during a routine training mission. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, amid claims that India refused help to an Iranian warship before it was sunk, new details have now emerged. On March 4th, another Iranian warship, that is IRIS Lawan, was allowed to dock at Kochi port after seeking permission from India, busting all fake narratives that India never helped IRIS Dana. Watch this report.
Amid the ongoing West Asia war, a new detail has emerged about India's role in the region. On March 4th, an Iranian naval vessel docked at Kochi port after seeking permission from India. The warship IRIS Lawan was allowed to enter the port for technical and logistical support. This comes days after an Iranian warship, IRIS Dana, was sunk in the Indian Ocean by a US submarine. There were claims that India never helped IRIS Dana. The SOS was received by the Sri Lankan Navy first. Later, India helped Sri Lanka with the search operations. Now, in a war filled with narratives, this development sets the record straight.
All right, viewers, in a big news break last night, Republic bust the fake narrative that India did not come to IRIS Dana's aid. Now, an Iranian vessel, IRIS Lawan, has been docked in Kochi. The Iranian vessel that reportedly approached the Indian coast on February 28th was docked at Kochi on March 4 with 183 Iranian crew on board. Now, India gave safe harbor to IRIS Lawan at its coast, but what does this translate to? What is the message that is conveyed in domestic as well as international sphere? Watch this discussion as we unfold the answers for you.
Yes, because before you attack somebody, you're supposed to give them a fair warning. But if the ship being attacked is carrying out belligerent activities, in which you can open fire first. Now, belligerent activities, what are those belligerent activities? They are not specified. So, in the UN Convention of Laws of Seas, actually speaking, you can get away with a lot of things depending on who's arguing your case and where. That said, this particular ship, the IRIS Lawan, is actually, I mean, if I'm not wrong, it is an LST. So it's a landing ship. Basically, it is one ship where all the three forces come together. In fact, we call it the jointmanship, or the jointness is shown on this ship, where the troops are army troops. The troop is being carried by the Navy, and Air Force provides defense for the ship. In fact, the Engam class, which is this particular ship is, there is a comparison of that Engam class with us also called the Sardul class. So if I remember correct, it is Shardul, Airavat, and Kesari. They all are, I think, LST, the landing ship tank class, which is this particular ship. 183 or 186 troops are on board of this ship. The question that, not the question, in observation, the previous speaker talked about is, if I'm not wrong, a goodwill visit is anywhere between 2 to 4 days, up to 7 days if you are doing some logistics. We call it the turnaround. So up to 7 days is turnaround, but beyond 7 days, if I'm not wrong, as per the United Nations Convention's Laws of Sea, you need special permission. But 7 days is a week down the road. Before that, a lot of things may change. suppose there is a larger amount of refit required, which a captain can say, like there is, I mean, my ship even if you want me to throw me out, I cannot go because I don't have the prime mover working or whatever. So if in that case, it will go into something called a refit. For refit on the shore, or you might need a dry dock, which we are talking about a couple of months down the road. So in naval parlance, as long as we want to keep them, or as long as the captain wants to say, stay here, not and or he can stay here, the workaround is there for them to stay here. But in the larger scheme of things, 183 souls or 186 souls on this ship have been saved because in this region, in Indian Ocean region, because Diego Garcia is in Indian Ocean region and a lot of American submarines are in the international waters. For Americans, it is a turkey shoot. B, because these are single ships without any some ASW ships escorting them.
Yeah.
I want to see a submarine coming and attacking a LST with an ASW. That is a war at par. But this is turkey shoot. So Americans are trigger happy in this region. 186 souls have been
not
saved.
Just this region.
And remember, one more point. Remember, a Navy can port call any Navy in the world. The UN class permits that. Up to 2 to 3 days goodwill visit, a Navy does not need to seek permission from any country. That is the host country and the guest country.
Yeah.
UN class permits that. So our people who are watching us need to understand. ये government के बीच में नहीं है. It's not between the government. Remember that. The captain takes the call, can port call up to 2 days without permission. Over to you.
All right, now the Iran-Israel-US war has entered its 8th day today, and Israel has intensified its airstrikes aimed at targets in Iran, targeting key Iranian infrastructure in Tehran. Now, in a latest development, the Mehrabad International Airport was attacked once again by Israel. Watch this report.
It's the 8th day of the war. Israel has wreaked havoc on key Iranian infrastructure. The Mehrabad International Airport was once again ravaged by Israeli airstrikes. This is the second time the Mehrabad International Airport has been struck by the Israeli Air Force. The footage shows plumes of smoke and fire billowing out from the airport. The strikes were conducted after Israeli military stated that it was conducting extensive wave of strikes against regime's targets in Iran's capital. Earlier, it was attacked on 3rd of March. Situated in western Tehran, it's one of Iran's largest and busiest aviation hubs. Its location within the capital makes it strategically significant.
Now, as the war is escalating every hour since Saturday, more and more countries are getting involved, and Republic spoke to top diplomats from across the world on escalating West Asia war. From former US envoy to Denmark, former Cuban envoy to US to current Estonian minister. Listen in.
So, what do you want to say about that 2 days back? A Malta vessel was targeted in the Strait of Hormuz.
Of course, we are very disappointed when it comes to the obstacles on freedom of navigation. We believe that UNCLOS should be upheld all the time, and therefore we urge everyone to respect that, and of course we are following the developing situation. Okay?
So how the Malta is coping up with the situation as the tensions are rising in the Middle East?
So Malta is part of the EU. Jointly we issued a statement, and I refer you to that. I am especially concerned with attacks on sovereign countries that had nothing to do with this conflict, with this attack, with this war. And therefore our solidarity for the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi, Jordan, and others like Oman, notwithstanding their efforts on diplomacy. So not only we commend countries like Oman, but we also express our solidarity with them. Okay? That's all. You said too.
Okay. With the current prevailing situation between the Iran war, the Ukraine war, and the world divulging itself into greater conflicts every day, is the energy security of the European nation vis-a-vis Estonia being compromised somehow?
I must say that we have worked hard during last years to be more independent and self-sufficient in terms of energy and energy security. We have worked together very closely with our Nordic Baltic neighbors. But also for Europe right now is a critical question. If we see that supplies of, for instance, LNG from Qatar are stopped and reserves for next year are running pretty low, we have to find the ways how to act and how to react to this current situation. We know that the war in the Middle East has a long roots, and perhaps instability there will stay for some time. So we have to diversify sources of our energy, both in my country but also in Europe. And that is not only a question for us. We see globally there is a lot of sensitivities in that regard right now.
I think we have the opportunity today to listen from an Iranian representative, the head of a research center, and the way he was explaining that you cannot be negotiating for peace and at the same time imposing a war. The Americans, the United States and Israel, they have tried for many years to weaken Iran as a society, as a country, as an important player in the international arena. And we, our president and Minister for Foreign Affairs, we have a declaration saying that it's not the way the differences should be handled. You know, the negotiation, we have to provide a space for negotiation, and they have no reason to impose a war against Iran and neighboring countries, because these days the attacks are not only on Tehran, they are attacking neighboring countries as well.
I think that Europe will look first to United States and Canada for meeting its energy needs. The Gulf countries are very important energy partners, and for European countries, blocking Hormuz by Iran is unacceptable. I think that Europe will try to do maximum to unblock the situation, but it doesn't mean that we will go immediately to work with Russia.
The blocking of Strait of Hormuz not only affects the energy crisis but also the import and export of products to and from Europe. It is one of the most critical sea lanes there. How do you see this impacting the European economy?
It is impacting, and I think that's another confirmation that Europe, India and countries in the Gulf, in the West Asia, needs to work together to provide alternative routes to stay connected if the crisis emerges. It's not acceptable for us to have one hotspot turning upside down our all economies.
Apart from the Strait of Hormuz, we have also seen a reduction in traffic through the Panama Canal. Do you think that the conflict may spread eastward?
Right now, our economy is so interconnected that these shocks can spread throughout the global economy as a wave. So the effect of the crisis in the Middle East are turning not only Europe into, I wouldn't say panic, but it is increasing the anxiety about what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. And the anxiety of actors is what is making the wave go on throughout the rest of the economy.
As when Russia invaded Ukraine, they said this was going to be a very short operation, 7 days or 8 days. And we are seeing that the Iran conflict has already entered its 7th day. Do you also see this as a prolonged conflict?
I think that the nature of the conflict in Ukraine is very different from what we see is happening right now in Iran. I think that the Russian aggression or continuation of Russian aggression we see since 2022 with Russian troops on the ground, that's very different from what we see right now in terms of pressure increasing on Iran to give up on its nuclear program. I wouldn't expect that it will be short, but I don't think it will be a couple of years of conflict taking place in the region.
And while addressing a press conference in White House, US President Donald Trump claimed that they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force, and also went on to claim that they have eliminated 2/3 of their Iranian leadership. Trump also boasted of obliterating the Iranian Navy. Watch this report for more information.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their Navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their Air Force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted. Killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela, what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable, and we'll see if we can solve it.
All right, viewers, now oil refineries are turning out to be key targets alongside military structures in the ensuing war in West Asia. Now, 4 major oil refineries in Bahrain, UAE, Qatar have been struck, while Aramco has been hit multiple times by drones and missiles, halting operations and putting pressure in the already strained global energy. Qatar have been struck, while Aramco has been hit multiple times by drones, missiles, halting operations and putting pressure in the already strained global energy. Qatar struck, Aramco hit multiple times by drones. This is putting a lot of pressure on the oil prices and the energy market. Watch this report for more information.
Oil refineries are becoming key targets of the Iran-Israel war. 4 major oil refineries have been struck by missiles and drones, putting a dent in the supply in global oil market. Saudi Arabia's key oil export hub at Ras Tanura, operated by Saudi Aramco, has been struck multiple times by Iranian drones. The refinery produces 10 million barrels per day and is projected to increase production by 80% in 2030. Responding to Republic, Aramco stated that it has rerouted crude to Yanbu in Saudi Arabia. Babco Energy's refinery in Bahrain was hit by Iranian missile and fire broke out. Fire was contained and operations continued. Babco is a key crude oil supplier, and 85% of its crude oil are exported to Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and Southeast Asia. The port of Fujairah in UAE, the world's third largest bunkering hub, has faced multiple incidents over the last 72 hours. Fujairah is a key ship refueling center near the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar Energy Facility in Ras Laffan was hit in Iranian strikes and halted operations. LNG supplies to India and several other countries have also been affected following the strike. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, it raises stark concern over global oil crisis amid the unending war in West Asia.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, Pakistan and Afghanistan are at a war. Afghanistan has hit multiple border posts along the Durand line. Even Taliban has sent drones to strike the Noor Khan base. Hammered from all sides, Pakistan is clearly the biggest loser in the war. Here is more on the story.
We are Afghan people. We are not the people of defeat, and we are not the people of weak people. And they all against attackers.
In the last few days, Afghanistan has pummeled Pakistan, as seen in this video as a Pakistani post is blown up at the Durand line. Taliban has sent drones to strike the Noor Khan base. The mood in Kabul is clear. Teach them a lesson.
He said that we want peace with every country, but he said, included Pakistan, if any country want to decide and occupy Afghanistan soil, and now they said that they will be a target, but they will be with the other people. I am coming out because in the stadium there is no places, and I camp in the road in this place also. The thousands of Afghan people that they come out and they said about Pakistan, and they said when Pakistan in any country want to occupy Afghanistan, and they will be against them. You are saying live videos from the Kabul city. I come out from this side, and there is the thousands of the people Afghans that they have included many. One thing, sir, I'm reporting live for Republic, and.
Republic is in Kabul, where people's anger against Pakistan is spilling onto the streets.
I'm in the Kabul city now and reporting for Republic. You know that thousands of people are gathering today, and this in security provision. All the people from the different sides of Kabul, they come together and they stayed against the Pakistan. And they, that time, that last night, and during lines, the Afghan Taliban army has killed dozens of Pakistani armies, and they decided many checkposts of Pakistani army and Khost, Paktia, and Nangarhar.
Afghanistan has hit multiple border posts along the Durand line, a 2,600-kilometer long border that separates Pakistan and Afghanistan. It has even struck deep inside Pakistan. It's unprecedented. Pakistan is being hammered in what is now a three-front war. The Pakistan Taliban is in control of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. At home, the Tehreek-e-Taliban carried out coordinated strikes against Pakistani forces. 18 attacks across 10 provinces, jolting Pakistan to its core. In Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's Skardu, Pakistan is unable to maintain law and order, opening fire at its own. 38 Shias killed point blank, as these visuals show, and Pakistan army is facing a backlash for losing control. hammered from all sides. Pakistan is clearly the biggest loser in the war.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up in the next bulletin. Because coming up, Iran's Mehrabad International Airport hit by massive US-Israeli airstrikes. And also coming up, 2 Indian Air Force pilots killed after Sukhoi Su-30 MKI fighter jet crashed in Assam during a routine training mission.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Women at the center stage of any organization deserve just one thing, like every other person, a chance to prove themselves. Once they are able to, there should be no deterrent boundary to stop them. And with that, we bring in our next guest. The person that I'm speaking about is Shaili Mehrotra. She is the co-founder and the CEO of Fix Derma India, one of India's fastest growing, clinically approved and scientist-backed, dermatologically tested skincare brands, which is now being supplied to over 40 countries internationally. On stage, Shaili Mehrotra and my colleague Rakshita Mishra to have an interesting conversation on business and empowerment and more.
Thank you so much, Gesu, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying for this session here. And it's going to be very, very insightful, very, very interesting. A lot of lessons from Ms. Mehrotra's very, very decorated journey so far. I think it's just begun. It's been a decade, ma'am. You are the co-founder, CEO of Fix Derma India, and starting off from Varanasi and, going on to build, going on to first work with international brands in Southeast Asia, and then you establish this global brand. What really struck you in your mind that I need to do this?
So we have lived in Philippines, Thailand, and Cambodia for a very long time, and we have seen, people using skincare almost every day, and it's just not an application for them. It's almost like a ritual. It's like a part of their daily routine, and when back then, I felt that we are decades behind. Like India was still, if I talk about skincare, we were just using skincare when a dermatologist was writing to us, right, through a prescription. Otherwise, we had no clue about sunscreen or retinol-based creams or anything. And we started Fixderma in 2010, and the name is Fixderma, right? So the intent was behind the name, fixing your skin. And of course, e-commerce was not there. So we started our journey by reaching out to dermatologists across India. I started with only Delhi NCR in the beginning, and slowly we penetrated across India.
To build a brand that competes on a global stage, and when it comes with research, when it comes with a scientific backing, what does it really take, especially for someone who has established this brand in India as an Indian brand?
So that's very interesting, because see, when we were in Southeast Asia, I always felt that why no Indian brand is present on the shelf. Why we never tried to sell in international market. So that itch was always there. And when we started Fixderma, our idea was first to start exporting, to be present in international market. For that, you really needed a good packaging and complete control over formulation. So we started our exports quite early in 2013, and that time only we established a small manufacturing unit, and again a better manufacturing unit in 2020. And there's always a question asked that why you thought of a manufacturing unit. The reason was complete control over the formulation and the packaging part. Because see, when you are planning to export, you should, your product has to be foolproof. Whatever goes into it, whatever claims you are making, should be backed by evidence and documentation. So then only you can start exporting. Right? And how we started the journey? Definitely, since we have stayed there for a very long time, we had very good networks, so we used that. And later on, we started participating in exhibitions, in expos across the world. And from there, we started, getting distributors, and that's how we built it. So I'll tell you a very interesting story. We got a call from Ministry of External Affairs almost 10 years back. So that we have been selected for an award. So I thought it's a hoax call, because we were not a big company. We had very small turnover. And I just thought, how can we be, selected for an award? And then I got a call, a telephone call, that you have been selected. And finally, we got an invitation. So that was in Taj, Mumbai, and given by Dr. Sitaraman. She was not finance minister then. And it was such an, honor to receive the award that time. And that day I learned, that in our category, especially skincare or cosmetics, there are hardly any Indian companies who are exporting. So we qualified. Even with that number, we qualified. I think our turnover was, our exports was just 7 crores, imagine. And we were qualified for Exports Award, because there were hardly any companies. Still, I don't think any skincare company is looking at international market, whatever be the reason. But we have a very different approach. That's why, our products are sold through dermatologists, and whichever distributor we find, even in international market, they also sell to the same channel. And for that, you need to have a foolproof product. That's why we are, I think, the first company to receive 2 patents. And 2 are in pipeline. And we also do a lot of research and journal work with our products.
So from research, right, from research to manufacturing, and this was a, bootstrapping kind of a company, because you did it all on yourself, with yourself. It was not, there's not much of external funding that was there. So how important you feel is for any woman entrepreneur today to have the financial control? I would want to know your personal experience. Where did that come from for you?
See, when we started, we were a very small team, a small office, and slowly and gradually you grow and you try to evolve. And I always say that every entrepreneur, it's again male or female, you have to evolve at times. You have to have that shift, from how you started to a bigger company. So when you are a small company, your priorities are different. When you reach a certain scale and you become a bit of a category leader, then your priorities change. Then you start moving to product to brand, right? From hustle to a more proper culture, from you start, adopting systems. So I think it's a journey. Slowly you learn. The operational efficiency comes much later once you start the business. In the beginning, survival is the most important part. But these operational efficiency, financial efficiency comes much later. And getting the right team, of course, helps you to build it. So as a founder or owner, you don't know everything. And you shouldn't think also like that you have 12 hands and you can handle everything. You have to get the right people and right team to build it.
As in leadership, what do you think was, one of the most defining moments, be it in terms of the challenges that you sailed through, or when achievements came to you, and then that was added responsibility now to take it forward from there on. So, what do you feel about being at the helm of affairs, being in charge, being in control? If any such moment that you can recollect today that told yourself that today, from here on, I have to make it, I have to carry this forward, and I have a great responsibility as the leader of this company.
I think it's almost that feeling is always every single day, right? So you can't, you don't claim it like, leadership, or let's say it's in every single day you have to claim it. The responsibility is definitely there because right now the company has almost 800 people and salespeople, including our factory staff and everyone. So you have that responsibility of their family, their career and everything. So it comes automatically, because see, when the company has slowly grown in last 15 years, so it has evolved from a small company to a bigger size. So slowly you learn and you start taking the responsibility at your stride, yeah.
And responsibility as someone owning a skincare brand today, ma'am, because we talk about body image, we talk about how, women are now starting to, understand that they have to be comfortable in their skin. But when skincare comes in as a brand, what is your proposition on that front?
See, I again would like to say that again, that fixed derma, the name is very clear. We fix your derm. We don't believe in that we make people fairer or, be happy the way you are. I always believe that you should have a healthy skin rather than, a fairer skin. So it should be clean and healthy. That will make you look more pretty, or I'll say it's about girls or boys, anyone. Healthy skin always looks much better. So you should focus on that. And as a company also, we never, promote fairness or anything like that. You should be happy the way you are, because no topical application can change your complexion, right? If your body has a certain melanin production style, it will remain like that. Maybe for a certain period of time, you can a few tone lighter, right? Your skin tone can be a lighter, but it will come back.
Right.
So I think just be happy the way you are.
Right. There's a lot of, social media consumption that propagates a type of skincare. There's K-beauty. You mentioned about, what you witness outside, and that was missing in the country. But we see that a lot of fads and trends also about a certain kind of a skincare regime, 7-step, 10-step, and, having a glass skin, and people running after products that are marketed today via social media especially. Where do you see that there should be, what would you tell today women who actually, or consumers in general, when it comes to skincare, what needs to be kept in mind?
I think a very simple routine, if everybody can follow, will give you a, you will thank yourself later in your, later age. Just follow a very simple skin routine, maybe a CMS. CMS is cleanser, moisturizer, and a sunscreen, and a cleanser and moisturizer and a serum in the evening. So I think that's enough. If the girls and boys who are sitting here just can follow that. And boys, if only they can use a cleanser and a moisturizer, or a cleanser or a sunscreen, I think they'll do a good job. Because boys should take care of their skin more than girls. You must be surprised by that, because they exfoliate their skin every single day by shaving, right? So shaving makes your skin very dry. So just a simple moisturizer will help you. But I think it's coming slowly. It will take more time.
So, you've done through the research. You've been an entrepreneur. You've also been awarded the Women Entrepreneur of the Year. And do you see there are some changes that still need to happen, systemic changes, so as to encourage more women to build businesses and scale businesses?
I think it has already started happening, but see, again, India is not Gurgaon, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, right? India is beyond that. So there, a lot of changes has to happen. The whole conditioning of parents as well as the population has to change. And it starts from home, I think. We really need to start working at home, start treating the girl and a boy at the same level. Both are equally smart. So it has to start from the home. It has already started, I think, started happening, because if I see a lot of changes are happening in 2-tier, 3-tier cities, but still a long way to go. Long way to go. And I was saying that media can play a very big role in it, because media does have huge impact on society. Yeah.
That's why we are having the summit and these conversations today here on this stage, ma'am. So, we are talking to the women achievers, the disruptors. In your understanding, who truly is a disruptor, or what truly is disruption when it comes to entrepreneurship, not just in skincare, but in general when it comes to women-led enterprises?
I think there's so many right now. So many women are coming forward and disrupting in so many categories, if I'll say. So earlier the categories were different. So if you see in AI, right, and even in IT softwares, so many girls are there. And they are bringing the changes. They are coming in forefront. And since I've chaired Shark Tank India, so I'll say that Shark Tank India has also played a very important role in the last 5 years. Since it has started, people have started, accepting and understood entrepreneurship, which was not there in a country like us. Nobody could ever thought that, a Shark Tank India type of program will become so successful. So definitely a change is happening.
Yeah. But even before being a shark, we saw that, without much of advertisement and no star-led advertisement or, any sort of promotions, that your brand has established itself as a credible name. What is your next goal as far as, making it bigger is concerned?
Whatever we are doing, going on the same journey. So there is a ad of Johnny Walker, keep walking. I think you have to keep walking towards your goal. So for a founder and entrepreneur, is always, whatever you are doing is not enough. Yeah. So you want to do more, better brand building, reaching out to more people. I want more skincare awareness in India. We have just started. So we also have launched a very interesting moisturizing range for patients, for people who are under medication, any type of medication. They are diabetes or cancer patients or anyone. Their skin is very dry. So we actually also do private label, a very small percentage of our total business. We make for Australian government. So I was very surprised that they give a big tub of moisturizing lotion to every patient who is in the hospital or outside, free. So the idea came from there. We should also do something like that. So we have launched a product, and we are also reaching out to hospitals. Because, if your skin is itchy and very dry, you don't sleep well. Right? So I think awareness is extremely important. It's coming, and I think slowly it's going to get better.
Right. And what is your advice, ma'am, to those viewers who are listening to you, who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs? What is your piece of advice to them?
Yeah, because earlier Khushbu was there, and she was saying that you have to dream big. Of course, dream big, but dream with your eyes open. Right? So just dreaming won't help. You have to dream with your eyes open and do all your homework properly before you jump into it.
Well, many thanks, Ms. Mehrotra, for joining us here. Shelly Mehrotra, co-founder, CEO of Fixterma, here in conversation with us on how she disrupted the derma space and continues to be leader here as an entrepreneur of the country. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor having you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. While we continue our focus on what's unfolding in the West Asian region of the war that is ongoing between Iran and the United States of America and Israel, we also bring to you all the top national stories now in Bharat in 1 minute. The price of domestic cooking gas LPG hiked by a steep ₹60 per cylinder as oil companies factored in increased energy prices in view of the West Asian conflict. Nitish Kumar's son, Nishant Kumar, holds a meeting with senior party leaders and young MLAs at the residence of the JDU working president to discuss the party's future strategy. This comes just days after Nitish Kumar quit as Bihar CM to move to Rajya Sabha. Senco Gold and Diamonds has launched its AI-powered application, Shape of You, as part of its Women's Day celebrations. The launch took place at the Senco Gold and Diamonds showroom, Kamak Street, Kolkata, in the presence of Suvankar Sen, MD and CEO, and Joyita Sen, Director and Head of Marketing and Design. The initiative reflects Senco Gold and Diamonds' commitment to innovation and empowering women by combining technology with personalized jewelry design.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
يا نعشل يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We are continuing our coverage of the war against Iran, and latest is that one of the very, very important airports in Tehran has been hit by Israel and US strikes. We are seeing more updates coming in as to what Trump has said. Trump is saying that he wants Iran to listen to America and have influence. Trump wants influence over the next supreme leader of Iran. So we're getting many statements, many reactions, live coverage here. But the headlines first, let's get started. The top headlines that we're tracking right now. Iranian ship IS Lavan has been docked in Kochi. India gave safe harbor to Lavan on March 4th. 183 Iranian sailors in IS Lavan accommodated at the Indian naval facilities in Kochi. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid. IRIS Dana busted. Dana never sought safe harbor. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. The TTP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours. Now, 2 IAF pilots killed after Sukhoi fighter jet crashed in Assam during a routine training mission. We're getting some breaking news coming in. TTP is targeting Pakistani forces. Operation Khyber is underway. It's coming here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Big breaking news. TTP has once again carried out coordinated attacks on Pakistani forces under Operation Khyber. 31 attacks by TTP across multiple districts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 7 districts targeted by TTP in the last 24 hours. 12 attacks reported in North Waziristan district. 7 attacks reported in the Chitral district. 5 attacks reported in South Waziristan district. 2 attacks each reported in Peshawar and other districts. 1 attack reported in the Mohammed district. So Operation Khyber is continuing. TTP carrying out coordinated attacks on Pakistan forces. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. What we see is the continuation of the attacks of the escalation between TTP and Pakistan. This is Operation Khyber. This is a new offensive against Pakistan security forces called Operation Khyber. Let's go straight across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, there are some new objectives and aims that TTP has for Operation Khyber. Operation Khyber has begun. There's a new offensive. What is happening? Take our viewers through the latest coming in.
See, this is the first set of attack that has been carried out by the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan against the Pakistani security forces under Operation Khyber that was announced day before yesterday after the culmination of Operation Al-Khandak. We have seen that the thousands of Pakistani soldiers, this is an admission by the DGISPR, that have been killed in the Operation Al-Khandak that has been undergoing for last 2 years. And now they have given a new phase to the operations against the Pakistani armed forces, and this has been named as Operation Khyber. This is to ensure that to liberate the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa that is illegally being held by the Pakistani armed forces and are being used as the colony. 31 attacks have been carried out in last 24 hours by Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, and in the North Waziristan we are told that 12 attacks have been carried out, 7 attacks in Chitral. It is 5 attacks that have been reported in the south of Waziristan, 2 attacks in Peshawar in the Tank district, and also 1 attack has been reported in the 2 also in the Bannu district, and 1 has been reported in the Muhammad district. So this shows the magnitude of the power that Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan is using now against the Pakistani establishment, because it was very clear the day Pakistan carried out the strikes on the civilians and innocent women inside Afghanistan when the TTP gave the call that they are going to intensify the operation. And since 1st of March, what we have seen, that 1st of March there was 37 attacks, 2nd of March there were roughly 13 attacks that were reported, then 18 attacks have been reported, and now under Operation Khyber, first set of attacks under Operation Khyber, there have been 31 attacks that have been recorded in last 24 hours by TTP.
Yeah, Gursimran, also, before I let you go, I also want to ask you a little bit more about the operation of Pakistan. Pakistan has its own operation. It's called Operation Ghazab Haq. This was launched last week after Afghan Taliban forces attacked Pakistani forces. Yes, go ahead. What about the operation of Pakistan? What is their plan?
See, if you speak of the Operation Ghazab Lil Haq that has been launched by the Pakistani army against Afghanistan, it has been clear from the outcomes of the operation that the Afghan Taliban is giving a major dent to the Pakistani establishment. Yesterday night only, the Ministry of Defense of the Afghan security forces, they came out with a statement that we have neutralized 30 Pakistani soldiers, and they have also come out with the photographs and the videos of the huge cache of arms and ammunition that have been recovered. That includes the long-range snipers, the assault rifles, the communication devices, grenades, all the equipments that they have seized from the Pakistani post close to the Durand line. So it is becoming a major challenge for the Pakistan, because on the external front it is Afghan Taliban that is making them uncomfortable and giving them a major security threat, while in the hinterland Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan's new Operation Khyber is giving Pakistan a major setback, as their posts are being targeted, their locations are being targeted, and there is no major breakthrough when it comes to wiping out of the leadership of Tehrik-e-Taliban, as it has been motto of the Pakistani army, but they have failed brutally. And also the Operation Ghazab Lil Haq that has been launched.
Absolutely. Gursuman, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. Let's move ahead, viewers. We'll tell you a little bit more about Pakistan and Afghanistan. They are at war. Afghanistan has hit multiple border posts along the Durand line. And we'll get to this update as Pakistan is the biggest loser in the war. Pakistan is being hammered from all sides. Take a look.
We are Afghan people. We are not the people of defeat, and we are not the people of weak people. And they all against attackers.
In the last few days, Afghanistan has pummeled Pakistan, as seen in this video as a Pakistani post is blown up at the Durand line. Taliban has sent drones to strike the Noor Khan base. The mood in Kabul is clear. Teach them a lesson.
He said that we want peace with every country, but he said, included Pakistan, if any country want to decide and occupy Afghanistan soil, and now they said that they will be a target, but they will be with the other people. I am coming out because in the stadium there is no places, and I camp in the road in this place also. The thousands of Afghan people that they come out and they said about Pakistan, and they said when Pakistan and any country want to occupy Afghanistan, and they will be against them. You are seeing live videos from the Kabul city. I come out from this side, and there is the thousands of the people Afghans that they have included by many. One thing, sir, I'm reporting live for Republic, and.
Republic is in Kabul, where people's anger against Pakistan is spilling onto the streets.
I'm in the Kabul city now and reporting for Republic. You know that thousands of people are gathering today, and this in security proposal. All the people from the different sides of Kabul, they come together and they stayed against the Pakistan. And that's that time that last night and during lines, the Afghan Taliban army has killed dozens of Pakistani armies, and they destroyed many checkposts of Pakistani army and Khost, Paktia, and Nagahar.
Afghanistan has hit multiple border posts along the Durand line, a 2,600-kilometer long border that separates Pakistan and Afghanistan. It has even struck deep inside Pakistan. It's unprecedented. Pakistan is being hammered in what is now a three-front war. The Pakistan Taliban is in control of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. At home, the Tehrik-e-Taliban carried out coordinated strikes against Pakistani forces. 18 attacks across 10 provinces, jolting Pakistan to its core. In Pakistan-occupied Kashmir's Skardu, Pakistan is unable to maintain law and order, opening fire at its own. 38 Shias killed point blank. As these visuals show, and Pakistan army is facing a backlash for losing control. Hammered from all sides, Pakistan is clearly the biggest loser in the war.
All right, viewers, a big breaking news coming in. The United States has warned Iran that there'll be huge bombing on its military facilities. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Big breaking news which is coming in from the Middle East war. Now, the U.S. Treasury Secretary has said that tonight, I repeat, tonight, the bombing campaign will be the largest and we will inflict the greatest damage on Iran's missile platform. So a big, big warning coming in from the United States. Huge updates coming in here. Now remember that we have been tracking the story so closely, and we have been telling you that just a short while back, there were huge explosions which were heard at Tehran's airport as Israeli strikes are continuing and US Israeli strikes continue. Explosions, and those pictures are on your screen. These are explosions which have been reported from one of Tehran's most commercial main airports, with a lot of burning that can be seen there, burning planes on the tarmac. President Trump saying there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And one more big warning. US is saying US will inflict the greatest damage on Iranian missile systems. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. White House was addressing a press conference, and while addressing the press conference, President Trump has said they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force. President Trump has been making these claims that a lot of military sites of Iran have been bombed and they have been reduced to rubble. Here's a full report as we tell you what President Trump says.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela, what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable. And we'll see if we can solve it.
Now, viewers, American and Israeli leaders are promoting rhetoric that suggests that assault against Iran is a religious war as the West Asia conflict moves into its 8th day. Now, Israel and US started attacking Iran on Saturday, and they have been doing so ever since. Iran has retaliated by attacking US military installations in Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Iraq, as well as targets in Israel. Here's a look at what our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, had to say on this.
Concerned not because of whether this is a world war or not. This is a world war. Let nobody have any doubt about it. More than 30 nations are directly or indirectly involved. If this is not a world war, I don't know what is. The question is, there is no predictability in the present situation, because at the center of all of this is an unflinching narcissist called Donald Trump, who is a person you cannot predict his next move. He will do everything and anything possible to give this war a spin. Now look at those visuals. He is now sitting there in the Oval Office praying to the Lord, quite literally. This is not just a visual. This is making it look like he's seeking divine intervention or justification for the fire that he's lit. He's trying to make this look like a religious war. And that is the worry about Trump. A quick match tossed into Iran after his luncheon with Netanyahu at the White House. He thought the spark would last a few days, but this war has gone on far beyond what Donald Trump had anticipated, which is why he hosted pastors and military commanders into the White House. And military commanders are telling troops that Donald Trump has been anointed by God as part of a divine plan.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Donald Trump's attempt to make it look like he's fighting a Christian war. Like this is some kind of a modern day crusade. And this is extremely worrying, because there is a clear political intent behind what Donald Trump is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside this extremely troubling attempt to try to paint Donald Trump as a man chosen by God, as a man chosen by the God Almighty to fight God's battles on earth, they are now releasing memes saying, "Justice, the American way." This is a war video that Donald Trump is releasing. What is this war video? You need to look at this. This is a mashup of Iron Man, Superman, Transformers, Deadpool, Star Wars, taking on the subject of war. A war which has killed little girls who were at school, has snuffed out the lives of hundreds of children, and America has turned this war into a video game. Listen to this. This is horrific.
Wake up, Daddy son.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor.
Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out.
Maximum effort.
Here it comes. Now end this!
Ladies and gentlemen, when the White House becomes something as troubling as this, and I call upon today BBC, CNN, and all these other channels to tell me how much investigative journalism have they done on the killing of hundreds of schoolgirls in the bomb attack that happened in Iran. Is that something that they would put into a video game, into a meme released by the White House? Why are these networks not releasing it? Why are they not talking about it? Is Donald Trump fighting God's battle by killing hundreds of children? This is so unfortunate, and if that confused dichotomy is not enough, the Americans have now pulled back on their grand morality of Russian oil, and they are saying to India, we give you a waiver. We give you a waiver. There was a tweet that was put out by Scott Bessent, who says to keep oil flowing in the global market, we are giving a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Indian oil. What rubbish, Scott Bessent. You can put that tweet into the dustbin, because we have made it clear we have never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. We've never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, within America, as this nonsense goes on, there is major anger against Donald Trump. The people are not convinced. That was visible in this visual of a US Marine. A US Marine was dragged out of a Senate hearing. He was heard screaming, no one wants to fight for Israel. This is also the sentiment on the ground in America. The anger against Trump is growing.
Please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Oh my God. Ryan, why are you here? Why are you getting arrested?
Free Palestine, from the halls of Mount Azupla to the shores of Tripoli. Palestine will be free.
While that happened, they broke his hand, because today Trump and Trump's people cannot tolerate any dissent. It's not just about people being unconvinced. Pete Hegseth and Trump are contradicting each other. Pete Hegseth, the embarrassing Secretary of Defense, came out and said it was not a regime change war. Now Trump is saying that he wants to be involved in picking the next leader of Iran. Trump said initially it will take 4 weeks, and there are reports in some sections of the media that it will take at least 100 days. Some people are saying this will last till September. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all circling back to that visual. The fact is, Trump doesn't know what he's doing anymore. This is a confused man. There's a section of the media in America which says that his name has come up very strongly in one part of the Epstein files. How can a man whose name features in the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen, present himself like a person chosen by God? Every single visual. This is a visual of Trump seeking divine intervention in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to spin this narrative. He's lost on tariffs. He's circled on Epstein. He's a man who is on the back foot on Epstein. He's lost the battle on tariffs. He's not in control. People are angry with him. His popularity is at an all-time low. He's not setting the narrative. He's not in the driver's seat. And this visual is the most troubling. This visual of him, and with all media attention, trying to make it out to be a religious war. Ladies and gentlemen, a war about oil. A war over oil, a war over trade routes. A war over money is Trump's war. This is not God's war. This is Trump's war, and Trump's war alone.
That was our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, on Trump's war strategy. So we'll be getting our viewers all the updates. Coming up on the side, we'll also talk about Iran's new tweet. There's a picture that Iran has tweeted of a ballistic missile, which looks like a nuke. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
is an honor to invite Ms. Seema Dhundia, IG CRPF, to the stage, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody, and members of the Republic Media Network, and dear students. It is a privilege to be present at this particular summit and to reflect on a theme which is very powerful, deeply relevant, and very close to my heart. That is women warriors of New India, defending democracy. At the outset, I extend my gratitude to Republic Media Network for creating this important platform that celebrates women's leadership and contributions across sectors. Conversations like these do not merely acknowledge progress, they accelerate it. Today, I not only speak as the Inspector General of CRPF, Central Reserve Police Force, but as someone who belongs to the first generation of women officers in CRPF. I joined CRPF in December 1987, and I am witness to the extraordinary courage, valor, commitment, and capability of women in uniform. I would like to tell you something about my organization I belong to, because I'm really grateful to this organization. I feel very pride. It is one of the oldest and one of the largest paramilitary organizations of the world. It was raised in 1939 as Crown Representative Police, then re-christened by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as Central Reserve Police Force. And basically, this organization is deployed and is mandated for internal security of our nation. It's the world's largest paramilitary organization and is entrusted with diverse responsibilities. We are dealing the counterinsurgency, counter-terrorism. We are dealing with Naxals. We are involved in anti-Naxal operations, election duties, VIP securities, disaster response, and maintaining law and order. In each of these demanding roles, our women personnel have proven themselves not just equal to the tasks, but they are exceptional if you compare it with their male counterparts. The journey of women in CRPF has been one of steady determination. Immediately after the passing out, after the raising of this battalion and passing out, the troops were airlifted and were sent to Sri Lanka for IPKF mission. And it marked a historic milestone for the CRPF as it became the first, it gave an opportunity to Mahila troops to go overseas and to show their skills and capabilities. And that was the first time the Mahila troops were exposed were put in a situation to deal extreme terrorism and counterinsurgency in Sri Lanka, and they did very well there. In 2001, during the terrorist attack on Parliament, Constable Kamlesh Kumari of Central Reserve Police Force made the supreme sacrifice while performing her duty, displaying exceptional courage in the face of heavily armed terrorists. The brave constable laid down her life to protect the temple of Indian democracy and was posthumously awarded the Ashok Chakra. That was a great achievement for CRPF. She was not alone in courage. Many other brave women personnel of CRPF have likewise laid down their lives in counter-Naxal, insurgency, and anti-military operations across the nation. These supreme sacrifices uphold the highest traditions of valor, duty, and devotion to the nation. Similarly, during July 2025, terrorist attack on the Ram Janmabhoomi complex in Ayodhya, women personnel of the CRPF were part of the security deployment guarding the structure. They performed critical operations and support roles during the counter-terror response, and they did it very well. One of our officers even got Gallantry Medal Award during this particular operation. Building on this pioneering step, CRPF further set a global benchmark in 2007 by deploying the world's first all-women foreign police unit to the United Nations mission in Liberia. And incidentally, I was the commander of this particular FPU, formed female police unit. It was in the history of UN as well as the history of Government of India that for the first time a cohesive unit of all-female battalion was located at Liberia and was deployed under the aegis of UN. And we did a wonderful job there. We built the trust. We could, pass on the message to even Liberian women there that that women are no less than anyone, and they can be deployed in such situations too if they are well trained and well equipped. CRPF women personal excellence extends beyond uniformed duties. Shrimati Kunjurani Devi, I believe that most of the people, youngsters sitting here must have heard about her, is one of India's most celebrated weightlifters and a distinguished officer of the CRPF. And she has brought immense pride to the nation by winning multiple medals at the Commonwealth and Asian Championship, and was honored with the Arjun Award and Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award. Similarly, Poonam Gupta, she was there in the media, was the media coverage was there about her. She's there as a personal security officer to the Honorable President of India, and which exemplifies professionalism and dedication, reflecting the growing role of women personnel in India's elite security framework. And recently, you must have heard that during Republic Day Parade, 26th of January 2026, on Kartavya Path, one of our assistant commandants, Simran Bala, made history by becoming the first women officer to command an all-India CRPF male marching contingent. A significant step forward in leadership representation within the force. Currently, we started with one in 1986, and currently we have 6 Mahila battalions, and they are deployed at very strategic locations all over India. So wherever their services are required, they move in a very short notice, carrying all their bag and baggage and all sorts of equipments and weaponry with them, and reach to the area without wasting time. And now going forward, the CRPF, the organization which I belong to, I take pride, like I belong to CRPF. This is a matter of great pride for me, CRPF remains firmly committed to expanding women's representation across combat, specialized, and leadership roles, with a clear roadmap for deeper integration in technology-driven operations, intelligence-based missions, and international deployments, shaping a more inclusive and future-ready security force. Their contribution has also transformed the force internally. Like if we have female warriors in our force, we need to have a sort of infrastructure wherein they feel safe, they are taken care of, and to have a better conducive working environment for them. The force headquarters is daily, thinking and working for them. We have improved their living accommodation. So all sorts of government's initiatives like giving them maternity benefits and childcare support, grievance redressal system, and to make them future leaders, leadership development programs are organized for them. So the organization is also thinking, gradually working and gradually developing ways and means to promote women and to have more women in this particular sector, security sector. The theme of today's summit speaks of defending democracy. Democracy is defended in forest against Naxals, insurgents, militants, at polling booths in remote hamlets, on riot-hit streets, requiring firmness and restraint. And in all these spaces, women in the CRPF stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts. As we move towards a new India, confident, assertive, and inclusive, the role of women in security forces will only grow stronger. Internal security is not just about neutralizing threats. It is about building trust and upholding constitutional values. Women bring empathy alongside strength, negotiation alongside resolve, and community engagement alongside operational efficiency. To the young women of India who are listening to me today, who are sitting here in this auditorium, I say this: the uniform is not merely a career, it's a calling. It demands courage, integrity, and sacrifice, but it offers purpose, pride, and the privilege of serving the nation. In conclusion, the women warriors of the CRPF are not just defending democracy, they are redefining it. They are proving that national security and gender equality are interconnected. A secure nation must be an inclusive nation. On behalf of Central Reserve Police Force, I reaffirm our commitment to strengthening women's participation, leadership, and excellence in the service of a great nation. Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Jyotsna Tirunagri, National Spokesperson, Telugu Desam Party. Now hand over the mic to her. Please, the stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. A very warm good morning, I would say. A good morning to one and all. And I'm just not thrilled, but a little nervous, I would say, and a little anxious also, I would say, because such a huge platform and such nice, kind, and very, very, very supportive words before I walked onto the stage, and a very inspiring story that I have heard sitting there. A leader. She just stood here, spoke a lot of things about the force, about the women in the force, and about the strength of women of our country, I would say. Ma'am, truly honored to speak after you. And thank you, Republic, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to stand here, talk about women empowerment, probably talk about the strength of this country, the women of this country. Yes. Again, as I said, I'm thrilled to be part of this beautiful journey. When we speak of women, we are speaking of strength, of resilience. We are speaking about courage. We are speaking about the resistance they have faced. We are speaking about the competence they have faced. We are speaking about the confidence they have exhibited, and all other qualities you can ever find in any human being. Women are a complete package, I would say. When it comes to politics, because I need to talk about my journey, I believe. So when it comes to politics, it's definitely a very challenging profession, as every other profession for women is. No profession is different. The toughest part, the most beautiful part, being a mother, being a wife, being a family person, the most challenging part of every woman's life. As I said, being a woman is a challenge, and being a woman is the biggest, I would say, boon anybody can think of. आज के तारीख में प्रॉब्ली कहीं जगह ऐसे बोलते हैं कि अरे आज तो बेटी हुई है क्या, आज आपको बेटी हुई. स्टिल ये बात मैं सुनती हूँ. आई स्टिल हियर दोस वर्ड्स, बट I think women are the most blessed souls. Being born as a woman is the best thing, the perfect thing that can happen to anybody as a human being. Being born as a woman is the best thing. There was a question that was posed before I came in and started speaking. She spoke about tokenism, she spoke about symbolism, she spoke about empowerment. Yes, being visible in politics is mere tokenism. Being the decision makers in politics is empowerment. नारे नहीं, नारी के साथ केवल नारे नहीं. We are here to make, the difference felt. We are here to make the decisions. We are here as decision makers. And that's the reason today, I think you have seen the most influential, most powerful, most inspiring women politicians across the world only from India. Whether you take our Prime Minister, whether you take our President, whether you take anybody, or Chief Minister. Forget about the parties. I don't want to name a particular party. Forget about the parties. But we have shown to the world as a country, as Bharat, we have shown to the world that we can give, we can show, we actually have shown to the world that we are the only country which has respected women and women in politics by making them prime ministers, making them presidents, making them chief ministers, making them finance ministers, making them home ministers, making them every better and best position that could have been in politics. And being said all this, अब सच्चाई पे आती हूँ. All rosy words, good words till now, अब सच्चाई पे आती हूँ. सच्चाई ये है, we as women politicians are fighting an unfair battle. है ना? Ma'am, you are very much aware. Battlegrounds need to be fair. Opportunities need to be equal. When opportunities are equal, when the battleground is fair, तब merit की बात आती है. बिल्कुल merit की बात आती है. Then we speak about how good you are and how good I am. That's where the war starts and that's where the decision comes out. But for women in politics, what we have seen is the battleground is not fair. You don't have equal opportunities out there. जो line है ना जहाँ से हम लोग अपना we are starting our run. It's not as the other gender has. The line is very, very, very far behind for us. So the line for us starts far behind when compared to the other gender. So we are not fighting a fair battle. And that's the reason today probably the reservation system that has come up or other things that we are talking about will probably in the near future give us an opportunity to enter a fair battle. I'm also a first generation politician from my family. When I entered politics, people said, it's not your cup of tea. You can't do it. Ab kar hi nahi paoge. You can't face the trolls, you can't face the character assassination, you can't face the competition, you can't face the money that rolls down in politics. You can't face. You're simply a bad job. Nahi ho paega aapse. I just said one thing. Why don't I give it a try? What is in for us to lose? What is in for us to lose when we give it a try? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये होगा कि you are termed a failure. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा. She entered politics, she couldn't make her mark, she left politics. That's the max you could be portrayed as. But imagine, 6 years down the lane, hardly it is 6 to 7 years, I'm in active politics. I'm standing here on a stage, a national platform, talking about women in politics. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it what I have earned? Isn't it what a woman who comes from a very modest background, just with her conviction, she earns this? That's what every young woman in India does. It's just that कुछ लोगों को वो exposure आता है, कुछ लोगों को वो exposure नहीं आता है. As simple as that. Because the worst thing any women politician faces, in today's world, technology is good for everything. But I think we as women politicians face the worst of it when it comes to online abuse, when it comes to I think character assassination. We are the biggest clan, the women politicians are the biggest clan who are subjected to character assassination time and again. And we face it. You know how I face it? I don't ignore. Some people give the advice of ignore kar do aap, but I don't ignore. I stand up against the abuse. I report it. I report it. And I continue my work. I don't stay calm. I report the abuse, I stand up against the abuse, I report the abuse, and then I continue my work. So, aaj nahi to kal nahi to parso, harassment stops. Again, it's not easy to be a woman in any profession, forget about politics, any profession. You face that, as I said, you face a very unfair competition, unfair battleground out there. So as a woman politician and as a first generation politician, as a mother of two, as a wife of a strong person, as a daughter of beautiful parents and a daughter-in-law of a beautiful parents-in-law, and a smart and very beautiful supportive family and ecosystem and friends and the beautiful followers I have across the country, one thing I would say is, do your duty with conviction. Follow your passion. Follow your heart. 87 say, today is 2026, 1987 to 2026. You have a leader, you have a woman who has stood strong in her conviction, her resilience. And today she's standing here lighting a lamp of a beautiful women's summit and being an inspiration for crores of women across the country. That's what India gives you. And thank you so much for this beautiful opportunity. As always, Republic gives the best of platforms to the people who are probably even budding in their particular fields. So thank you so much, Republic, for this wonderful opportunity. And as always, you rock. Thank you so much.
And now we move on to next session as we talk about wings of grit. We talk about women breaking the glass ceiling. Well, there are some women who actually just fly past that ceiling. We right now have one such guest amongst us, a decorated officer of the Indian Air Force, a pioneer in aviation medicine, and one of India's most decorated officers. We welcome retired Air Marshal Padma Bandyopadhyay. Over to you, ma'am.
It's a great honor for me to be here at Republic TV. It's a wonderful, and my special thanks to Arnab. And also my previous speakers. IG told about the internal security. I have gone through the external security. Madam Jyotsna talked about politics. Now, जब हम फौज में थे, पहला लाइन पॉलिटिशियन का आगे पीछे नहीं जाने का है. हम कहीं कोई इंटरव्यू नहीं देते थे, किसी को नाम ही नहीं पता था. Politics and फौज doesn't go together. Only the chiefs will talk, not the youngsters. Now then, madams, wow, that's really, really great. It is true, with all the dhyan which you do quietly, there are neuronal waves also change, and they make impressions, final impressions, which make you better. This has been proved scientifically also. It's wonderful listening to all of you. Today is far better. So make use of these opportunities you're getting. Do better, do much better than all of us, you know. You know these things. From cradle to grave, both male, female should be brought up in a similar manner. Is it correct? Is it true? Is it done? That we all know the answer. It should be same. बच्चे तो एक ही होते हैं ना. Only different, as a doctor I can say, is XX chromosome and XY chromosome, nothing more than that. But what is the difference? But there's a big difference, okay? That's what it is. That's a social change. We have to bring it in. Legal provisions, बाप रे बाप, कहीं legal में जाओगे ना, वो कोई section action करेगा, वो पता ही नहीं लगता. 50 साल घूमते रहो, कुछ भी नहीं होने का. वो legal provision very, very complicated. I don't know anything about it, but it's very tough. Patriarchal ideology has to be changed. We are all equal. That has to come in. But I don't know when and what. But it is started, that much I can say. We have to have special police stations, etc., to look after their problems, you know. What are the problems? Commodification, they're always in supportive roles, a lack of knowledge of legal provisions. Even I don't know any legal provision, and I'm sure nobody knows it also, but there are lots of provisions are there. Some IPC वगैरह, lawyers को पता होगा, तो ये सबको पता होना चाहिए, you must know, so that you can take action, you know, but I don't know all that. This is what she just now said, no, madam? When I saw this year's Republic Day parade, a feeling of euphoria, great satisfaction was felt by me. But the progress should be in all spheres. This old lady was leading the parade. It was great to watch that, you know. And sure, we will reach the zenith also. Abhi shuru to ho gaya hai, hum pahunchenge bhi at the top of the world. That Madrasi made me join the armed forces, you know, that word. I said, "Arey wah, koi Madrasi bola, hum bhi join karte," you know. When you are young, small things changes your lifestyle, no? But we are all one. We are all Bharatvasi. All these are minor differences, you know. That's all about it, isn't it? So that's what I feel about it, no? That's because the Fauj. Fauj, we don't talk about religion, we don't talk about caste, we don't talk about anything. We talk in Hindi or English. And in army, if you go to say a Maratha regiment, let's say, the officer who comes may not be a Marathi. He's taught Marathi so that he can speak to the men in Marathi. Same in Bengal regiment, he'll be taught in Bangla. Just to speak, not that he's going to become Rabindranath Tagore, but that much is taught. So you're one. We are all one, and I sincerely believe in that part of it. And that has become because of my Fauji life, not because of anything. Thank you so much. Jai Hind! Jai Bharat! Thank you.
Please, big round of applause for Ma'am Air Marshal Bandyopadhyay. It's an honor having you here. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this very, very inspiring keynote here at the Republic Women's Summit 2026.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرت
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the President's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus will be on the West Asian war and also the narrative that is being used by the United States of America. And it's also posting videos by clubbing videos of video games along with the strikes that it is conducting. And this has drawn a lot of condemnation from around the globe. We'll get you the details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warns Iran, says tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest against Iran. Iranian ship IRIS Lawan docked in Kochi. India gave safe harbor to Lawan on March 4th. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid IRIS Dana has been busted. Dana never sought safe harbor. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling a nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. The TTP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours. right, there's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and this is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has officially announced Pakistan will be joining them in fighting Iran, while reminding Pakistan about security framework. Now, the situation is so complex that on one hand, Pakistan PM has backed Iran, but Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir is joining war against Iran, and they are showing solidarity, and they're meeting the Saudi Arabia's defense minister also. And the latest visuals also we'll show you, but the big report, big development here in the ongoing war between Iran and the United States. This has become a problem for Pakistan on which side to take, because they have shown solidarity towards Iran, also shown their support towards Iran also, but also they have an agreement with Saudi Arabia that in case of any eventuality, in case of any war, Pakistan will have to jump into protecting when it comes to Saudi Arabia being attacked by any country. Now, this ongoing war between Iran and the United States has become a major problem for Pakistan. Now, Iran has attacked US military bases when it comes to the Middle Eastern region, especially in Saudi Arabia. Now, following this, questions are being raised towards Pakistan. What about the defense deal between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan? Will it be activated? Will Pakistan be responding and saving Saudi Arabia from missiles being fired by Iran? Because Iran had already earlier stated this very fact that Pakistan's airspace was used for attack towards Iran also. So there's a very complicated situation in which Pakistan is stuck right now, because it's a two-faced country. It's a terrorist country, Pakistan, and it goes to a place from where it gets money, and Dubai, it knows it will get money from United States of America and also from Saudi Arabia. And now Pakistan is in a very critical situation, whom to support and whom to fight, because Pakistan is not in a condition that it can fight a war against Iran. And if Pakistan will take sides, it will backfire for Pakistan also, because since in the beginning also it considered Iran to be a friendly country, as a brotherly nation, but now this meeting has completely turned the ongoing game that is happening right now, the entire West Asian conflict. Where does Pakistan stand now? Now, in fact, in following Iran's missile and drone attack, Saudi Defense Minister Khalid bin Salman has met with Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir. All right, viewers, now the Iran-Israel-US war has entered its 8th day today, and Israel has intensified its airstrikes aimed at targets in Iran, targeting key Iranian infrastructure in Tehran. In a latest development, the Mehrabad International Airport was attacked once again by Israel.
It's the 8th day of the war. Israel has wreaked havoc on key Iranian infrastructure. The Mehrabad International Airport was once again ravaged by Israeli airstrikes. This is the second time the Mehrabad International Airport has been struck by the Israeli Air Force. The footage shows plumes of smoke and fire billowing out from the airport. The strikes were conducted after Israeli military stated that it was conducting extensive wave of strikes against regime's targets in Iran's capital. Earlier, it was attacked on 3rd of March. Situated in western Tehran, it's one of Iran's largest and busiest aviation hubs. Its location within the capital makes it strategically significant.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and this is about the Ministry of Ports. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways has issued a standard operating procedure, that is an SOP, for major ports in India to mitigate the impact of the ongoing geopolitical disturbance in the entire Middle East region. Now, as part of the standing operating procedure, SOP, port chairpersons are required to hold periodic meetings to monitor the situation, and each port will appoint a a nodal officer as a single point of contact for addressing issues. The SOP also prioritizes export cargo returning from the Middle East, with ports advised to consider requests for reduction or waiver of charges such as storage rent and reefer plugging, or on a case-by-case basis. Export cargo returning from the Middle East should be prioritized. Now, that's the main point, with ports advised to consider requests for reduction or waiver of charges such as storage, rent, and reefer plugging on a case-by-case basis. Export cargo returning from the Middle East should be prioritized, with ports advised to consider requests for reduction or waiver of charges such as storage, rent, and reefer plugging. So this is a very big development. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways has issued an SOP, a standard operating procedure for the major ports in India to mitigate the impact of the ongoing geopolitical tension, disturbance in the Middle East, and the port chairpersons are required to hold periodic meetings to monitor the entire situation as it unfolds in that region, and also they should prioritize the cargo coming from the Middle Eastern region. They have to prioritize the export cargo returning from Middle East, and they are also advised to consider the requests for reduction or waiver of charges. So no extra charges should be levied in such cases. So that's one of the major points here. All right, viewers, now moving on, we're getting another big breaking news. We'll show you another visual. Republic has accessed first visual of Iran warship, that is IRINS Bushehr. The evacuation process after it sought docking request. Now, these are the visuals. These are the exclusive visuals on your television screen. Visuals from Colombo, Sri Lanka on your screen. This is IRINS Bushehr evacuation process after it sought docking request. So this was given support, help by the Sri Lankan Navy, by the Sri Lankan Authority. And these are the exclusive fresh visuals from Sri Lanka, from Colombo on your television screen. You know, we already know one warship of Iran was torpedoed by United States of America, and the Iranian Navy vessels are in a very critical and dangerous condition as of now. They can be targeted once more, but this is a case of a technical failure where they have sought refuge, and Sri Lanka has come to aid, has come to help, and more than 200 sailors from an Iranian naval vessel were taken to shore, and they were provided help, and they have been transferred to a safer location. These are the exclusive visuals on your screen. As you can see, these are the Iranian sailors on board of the ship. Now, the Iranian naval vessel IRINS Bushehr is also, as per the latest updates, is now sailing to Trincomalee Harbour after the Sri Lankan Navy evacuated all the 204 crew members and brought them ashore to a Navy camp close to Colombo. All right, moving from this story to the other major story, amid claims that India refused help to an Iranian warship before it was sunk, new details are now emerging. On March 4th, another Iranian warship, that is IRIS Lawan, was allowed to dock at Kochi port after seeking permission from India, busting all fake narratives that India never helped IRIS Dana.
Amid the ongoing West Asia war, a new detail has emerged about India's role in the region. On March 4th, an Iranian naval vessel docked at Kochi port after seeking permission from India. The warship IRIS Lawan was allowed to enter the port for technical and logistical support. This comes days after an Iranian warship, IRIS Dana, was sunk in the Indian Ocean by a US submarine. There were claims that India never helped IRIS Dana. The SOS was received by the Sri Lankan Navy first. Later, India helped Sri Lanka with the search operations. Now, in a war filled with narratives, this development sets the record straight.
In a big news break last night, Republic has busted the fake narrative that India did not come to IRIS Dana's aid. Now, an Iranian vessel, IRIS Lawan, has been docked in Kochi. The Iranian vessel that reportedly approached the Indian coast on February 28th was docked at Kochi on March 4th with 183 Iranian crew on board. Now, India gave safe harbor to IRIS Lawan at its coast. But what does this translate to? What is the message that is being conveyed in domestic as well as international sphere? Watch this discussion as we unfold the answers for you.
Yes, because before you attack somebody, you're supposed to give them a fair warning. But if the ship being attacked is carrying out belligerent activities, in which you can open fire first. Now, belligerent activities, what are those belligerent activities? They are not specified. So, in the UN Convention of Laws of Seas, actually speaking, you can get away with a lot of things depending on who's arguing your case and where. That said, this particular ship, the IRIS Lawan, is actually, I mean, if I'm not wrong, it is an LST. So it's a landing ship. Basically, it is one ship where all the three forces come together. In fact, we call it the jointmanship, or the jointness is shown on this ship, where the troops are army troops. The troop is being carried by the Navy, and Air Force provides defense for the ship. In fact, the Engam class, which is this particular ship is, there is a comparison of that Engam class with us also called the Sardul class. So if I remember correct, it is Shardul, Airavat and Kesari. They all are, I think, LST, the landing ship tank class, which is this particular ship. 183 or 186 troops are on board of this ship. The question that, not the question, in observation, the previous speaker talked about is, if I'm not wrong, a goodwill visit is anywhere between 2 to 4 days, up to 7 days if you are doing some logistics. We call it the turnaround. So up to 7 days is turnaround, but beyond 7 days, if I'm not wrong, as per the United Nations Convention's Laws of Sea, you need special permission. But 7 days is a week down the road. Before that, a lot of things may change. Suppose there is a larger amount of refit required, which a captain can say, like, there is, I mean, my ship even if you want me to throw me out, I cannot go because I don't have the prime mover working or whatever. So if in that case, it will go into something called a refit. For refit on the shore, or you might need a dry dock, which we are talking about a couple of months down the road. So in naval parlance, as long as we want to keep them, or as long as the captain wants to say, stay here, not and or he can stay here, the workaround is there for them to stay here. But in the larger scheme of things, 183 souls or 186 souls on this ship have been saved, because in this region, in Indian Ocean region, because the Garcia is an Indian Ocean region, and a lot of American submarines are in the international waters. For Americans, it is a turkey shoot. B, because these are single ships without any ASW ships escorting them.
Yeah.
I want to see a submarine coming and attacking a LST with an ASW. That is a war at par. But this is turkey shoot. So Americans are trigger happy in this region. 186 souls have been saved.
Not just this region.
And remember, one more point. Remember, a Navy can port call any Navy in the world. The UN class permits that. Up to 2 to 3 days goodwill visit, a Navy does not need to seek permission from any country. That is the host country and the guest country.
Yeah.
UN class permits that. So our people who are watching us need to understand. ये government के बीच में नहीं है. It's not between the government. Remember that. The captain takes the call. can port call up to 2 days without permission. Over to you.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story now. While addressing a press conference in White House, US President Donald Trump claimed that they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force and also went on to claim that they have eliminated 2/3 of their Iranian leadership. Trump also boasted of obliterating the Iranian Navy. Watch this report.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their Navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their Air Force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted. Killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela, what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable. And we'll see if we can solve it.
We're getting a big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. The United States of America, the US, is planning to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz to restore oil flow to the markets. Now, US Energy Secretary Chris Wright stated that the US Navy will escort ships as soon as it's reasonable to do so to ensure safe passage and restore energy supply. Now, this move aims to counter Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which has halted the shipping and energy exports, impacting the global oil energy supplies. Now, this Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway that is there between Iran and Oman or UAE. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment, and this is related to DERA Chief Ram Rahim. Now, DERA Chief Ram Rahim has been acquitted in the 2002 murder case of journalist Ram Chandra Chhatrapati by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. The court partially modified the CBI court's verdict, granting Ram Rahim the benefit of doubt due to the lack of evidence. However, the life imprisonment sentences of the other 3 convicts, that is Kuldeep, Nirmal and Krishan Lal, were upheld. Now, Chhatrapati was shot dead after publishing allegations about the DERA in his newspaper, leading to widespread reactions and a CBI investigation. The acquittal comes over 7 years after Ram Rahim's conviction and life sentence in 2019, acquitted in 2002 journalist murder. All right, for more information, we are being joined by Lalit. Lalit, if you can put this into perspective and share all the details, what exactly happened?
In a big relief to the DERA Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, today the Punjab and Haryana High Court have acquitted him in the journalist murder of Sirsa-based named Ram Chandra Chhatrapati. So in 2002 October, he was killed outside his house after the publication of his newspaper called Pura Sach. So now, after almost 7 years, as the CBI has convicted him in the murder of the journalist Ramchandra Chhatrapati in the year 2019. But after 7 years now, the Punjab and Haryana High Court have given him the benefit of doubt, while the 3 other convicts' imprisonment have been withheld. So it's a big relief for the Dera chief. Other than that, if you talk about, he is already convicted in the rape of the 2 disciples, in which he is already imprisoned in the Sunaria jail in Rohtak. But in the murder of the journalist Ramchandra Chhatrapati, in which there has been a widespread criticism, and this case has been listened quite literally all across the state. So in that case, today, almost after 7 years of the conviction from the CBI court, today he has got a big relief. When we had a word with the son of Ramchandra Chhatrapati, Anshul Chhatrapati, he had said that he would move against the decision to the Supreme Court. But yes, today from the Punjab and Haryana High Court, the Dera chief has got a big relief. Back to the story.
Thanks a lot, Lalit, for sharing the information. We'll come back to you with more as more details unfold in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break now. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling a nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. The TTP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Hello viewers, very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. In fact, very good morning viewers, and what we see is that big updates coming in here. White House has released a video using video game clips to brag about the Middle East situation, the war against Iran. That's the top story we're tracking right now, but the headlines first. Let's get started. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warns Iran, says tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest against Iran. Iranian ship IS Lavan docked in Kochi. India gives safe harbor to Lavan on March 4th. A fake narrative of India not coming to aid. IS Dana busted. Dina never sought safe harbor. Iran tweets picture of ballistic missile resembling nuclear bomb, warns consequence will make regime desperate. The TDP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Reports suggesting that US is preparing to send its 3rd aircraft carrier, USS George H.W. Bush, to the Middle East, as per reports after 2 carriers, USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald R. Ford. US is going to be sending its 3rd aircraft carrier. Remember, this comes after US Treasury Secretary has stated a few hours back tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest and we will inflict the greatest damage on Iran's missile platforms. U.S. is building up warships as the situation intensifies. A short while back, we just told you that U.S. has said that more bombings could be expected. More bombings could be expected tonight. It's going to be one of the biggest bombings that Iran should expect. U.S. intensifying its buildup of warship against Iran. Latest is it's going to send one more third aircraft carrier, USS George H.W. Bush, to the Middle East. As per reports, 2 carriers were already stationed. This is the USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald R. Ford. U.S. would be sending its third aircraft. Situation escalating. Situation escalating. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest defense expert, Major General Sanjay Meston, defense expert, joining us here. Thank you for joining us here, Major General. A very good morning to you. It's a weekend on Republic, but next, what we expect now, because the White House has made it clear, President Trump has made it clear, the leaders have made it clear of U.S. That there could be more escalation expected. They have moved a third aircraft carrier, according to reports.
Yeah, definitely. Morning. Firstly, moving this third aircraft carrier has got a lot of implications. The USS George W. Bush aircraft carrier, it is a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. And moving it into the region definitely reflects one thing, that the Americans are not being able to achieve their task of bombing and finishing of their infrastructure of the drones and missiles so far. And therefore, they require additional firepower. And basically, they will be enhancing the number of fighter aircrafts which are based on the ships. And of course, they would also have the capability to launch additional missiles from the aircraft carrier. So basically, the intent is to enhance the firepower, overall firepower through strikes of missiles and of course through the additional strikes of fighter aircraft. Now, what it implies is obviously the target is the launch sites, and basically all these targets are the missiles and of course the drones. And this is what their biggest problem or headache is. And therefore, augmenting this firepower is to basically destroy all this center of gravity of the IRGC. And till the time they do not achieve this, I don't feel any success is going to be in their way, because this will, change the whole tide. If they are able to successfully destroy or neutralize most of their assets, that is the missile assets, the cruise missiles, and of course the hypersonic cruise missiles, and the drones, especially the Shahid drones, I think then only the situation will take a turn. Otherwise, the US is in for a big tough time. This is what I assess. So their aim is to degrade their firepower potential of the missiles and drones.
Yes, Major General, now the situation is looking very, very tense. We were hoping for a de-escalation, perhaps. It's been 8-9 days of the Middle East situation. But Trump said that the only outcome that America expects from Iran is an unconditional surrender. So with this report coming in of leaders from US, top leaders saying that there will be a huge bombings tonight, what do you think is happening there? How do you think Iran is preparing? Because a lot of their military posts, military sites have been damaged by US and Israel strikes.
See, one thing is very clear, the IRGC or the Iranians are not going to surrender in any case. That they are very, very clear, no surrender. They are ready to do or die, but they will not surrender under any circumstances. Till that time, I would not use the word again surrender. Once their, assets of the missiles and the drones have been neutralized to a great extent, where, they can just fire 1 or 2 odd missiles in a day, then I would say, yes, the Americans would have achieved their strategic objective. But despite that, how they will assess? They will only assess when there is no counter retaliatory fire from the Iranian side. And number 2, even if they do it, let's assume the Americans achieve this objective. The IRGC ground forces will never surrender because they are waiting for the American boots on ground. And this is what they are looking for, because over there, the Americans or Israelis will have a lot of tough time. This experience reflects since I was in Afghanistan. I'm aware about that. So this is going to be definitely a problem. So Iran under no way is going to surrender. That I'm very, very clear. Yes, how the tide will change, it may only happen till the time the infrastructure of the IRGC is bombarded and, the people come to revolt, or the Kurds are taken, or the Baluchis, they start revolting. Otherwise, I am very sure the surrender is ruled out by the IRGC forces.
Yes, Major General, I really request you to hold on for a second there, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. US has approved an emergency sale of 1,000 bomb. This is a 1,000-pound bomb casings to Israel. That is right. So it's a sale of 1,000-pound bomb casings to Israel worth around $151.8 million. The cost is $151.8 million amid escalating tensions with Iran. The sale, approved by the State Department's Bureau of Political Military Affairs, bypasses congressional review due to national security interest. Munitions are intended to strengthen Israel's military capabilities and serve as a deterrent to regional threats. The deal includes U.S. government and contract engineering, logistics, technical support services. U.S. approves a sale of these bombs. These are 1,000-pound bombs. Emergency sale of bombs to Israel. Let's go to Major General, who's joining us, Miston. Major General, why do you think this is happening? Trump has anyways jumped over congressional approvals time and again during this situation. Now, why do you think U.S. is sending aircrafts? Why do you think U.S. is going ahead and providing support to Israel? What do you see next?
Yeah, why they're providing the support to Israel is very clear, because they know that Israel is the one who has that expertise, and of course they have a good number of fighter aircrafts and even bombers. So why they're getting these additional bombs and sudden emergency sale of these bombs, 1,000 pounds plus bombs, I think the intent is again very clear. See, the best ground knowledge is known to the Israelis of that place, Iran, and that is through the assets, through Mossad and their assets which they have cultivated over a period of time. The special forces have operated there on the quiet in the doing covert operations. So they want to target all the deep entrenchments in terms of tunnels and deep entrenchments which have been made over a period of time, to destroy them completely. And therefore, for these effective bombs are required. So this is what I feel is the requirement. That's why they're giving them. So I think this time it is do or die battle for both sides. And Israel has got I would say, a golden opportunity to target. See, they've already targeted all their proxies, whether it is Hezbollah, Hamas, and degraded to quite an extent. Houthis, of course, have also been degraded, but they will be degraded maybe later. The fountainhead, which as per them is Iran, I think now their intent is very clear, to target Iran once and for all and to decimate all its production capabilities, which are deeply entrenched or buried inside in deep tunnels, which we have seen a large number of visuals over a period of time. So therefore, these bombs are the ones which are going to be effective. And you have seen even the Americans have dropped the GBU-57 bombs earlier in Operation Midnight Hammer. So I think it is for deep entrenchments, and that is what their intent is.
All right. Okay. So we have the aircraft carriers on a screen. Let's put that picture out. Okay. USS George Bush, USS Gerald Ford, USS Abraham Lincoln, all three very powerful aircraft carriers, very, very close to the situation in the Middle East. And the third one is also moving. Okay, let's go back to our guest who's joining us. Major General, now we can see that three very powerful aircraft carriers. US has already pushed them in strategic locations. But I want to also ask you a little bit about Strait of Hormuz. That is a place which is of great concern and interest. Iran has said that, and it's dared America to come anywhere close to Strait of Hormuz, saying, if you come to the Strait of Hormuz, we will attack the US and Israeli warships, or any kind of movement that they will attack immediately. Do you think that, Major General, that US is building up to take over the Strait of Hormuz?
See, taking over Strait of Hormuz by the United States is not an easy task because, see, let's be very clear. For United States, loss of any ship, whether it is a destroyer, a minesweeper, or a frigate, or of course an aircraft carrier, is a big loss to the American prestige of being a world's major leader of military power. So therefore, their intent is they would, they have already sunk, as claimed by them, about 19 Iranian ships, which include one of the frigates which was returning after that exercise, Milan in India. But the fact of the matter is, they are not going to be drawn closer to the Strait of Hormuz area to avoid any missile or any ballistic missile or any drone or any anti-surface, anti-ship missile targeting the United States ships which are operating there. So as on date, they would like to fire from these ships, all the available ships, from a standoff distance and target their coastal areas, where these anti-ship missiles, oblique their other missiles, cruise missiles, etc. would have been deployed. So they are waiting for this destruction. And let me also make it very clear that the Iranians would have definitely put a lot of mines in the Strait of Hormuz, especially the narrowest portion of 33 kilometers. The area would have been mined, and these mines, some of them are floating mines, some of them, they just go and sit down in the depth, in the base, and therefore they get activated through magnetic conduct or whatever it is. Now imagine clearing these mines itself is a huge task. So for this, minesweepers are required, and it takes a lot of time. So Strait of Hormuz to clear by the Americans, though they claim they have sunk 19 Iranian ships, it is definitely going to take time. And let me be very clear, it is not going to be easy till the time they do not neutralize the missile and the drone threats.
Well, thank you for joining us, Major General, for joining us here on Republic TV to decode the situation. We're getting some more updates coming in because also simultaneously, there's a lot of updates from the White House. US President Trump claims that they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force. Also went on to claim that they have eliminated 2/3 of their Iranian leadership. Let's listen in to what President Trump is talking about.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela and what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable. And we'll see if we can solve it.
As for the West Asia war, which is raging on, neither of the fronts are ready to back down. While US and Israel have been on the offensive, Iran's defense has now been powered, not just by defending its territory, but also by attacking US allies. Was this what Israel was expecting when it launched an attack on Iran? And what does Israel now look forward to? Watch this exclusive interview with the Israeli IDF spokesperson as we find out answers to these questions.
What's going on there, Kelly? What's the status in Tel Aviv in your war against Iran?
Yeah, well, I've just come up from the shelter. We're continuing to run to the shelters, every few hours in this country, whether it's rockets or missiles from Iran, from Lebanon. We're facing rocket fire from multiple borders, but we are thankfully safe because of our defense systems, our Iron Dome, which is working very hard. Unfortunately, this does mean that we do have injuries and casualties, but thankfully we have seen actually a decrease in rocket fire over the past few hours. It has become less often than it was a few days ago.
Yes. We saw some pictures coming from Tel Aviv last evening. Was there bombardment last night? Did any of those missiles launched by Iran hit any targets in Tel Aviv or elsewhere in Israel?
Last night there was indeed missile fire. We managed to intercept the rockets last night. There weren't any direct hits, but of course there are shrapnel that falls. So we do get reports of shrapnel falling now and again, but thankfully there were no injuries recorded last night.
Okay. What is the status of your operation against Iran? How many vessels in Iran have been destroyed? There are claims made by the Americans. They're putting out pictures, videos of the IDF operations and including their own operations. How many naval vessels have been destroyed of Iran? Do we have a number?
I do not. From the spokesperson of the IDF, we're focused on the missile launches, on the command and control centers. At this point, the IDF's responsibility has been directed towards that, and we're working with great cooperation with the United States. But I think that question would be better answered by them than the IDF.
Okay, my colleague Rakshita has a few questions for you. Rakshita.
Kelly, this is what we see in an escalating situation. From the Iranian side, what is the biggest challenge that you're witnessing? We just had visuals of cluster bombs being rained upon Tel Aviv. Also, we've seen that there has been a lot of ballistic missiles and drones being overwhelmed. They are overwhelming the air defense systems. That has really put all the Gulf countries in a fix, as we see from Dubai to other countries. What is the biggest challenge you see from the Iranian side?
Yes, well, actually, this war, it didn't only start a few days ago. Iran has been at war with the state of Israel for decades. It's been an ongoing armed conflict, whether it be through Iranian proxies that are right on Israel's borders, armed groups, whether it be direct attacks and drones and missiles, which actually happened from April 2024 was the first time Iran attacked Israel, then again in October, and now we're seeing this war play.
Viewers, getting you much more coming right up. Iran tweets a picture of a ballistic missile resembling a nuclear bomb, warns consequences will make regime desperate.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warns Iran, says tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest against Iran. US intensifies warship buildup amid war. Reports now suggest US to send its third aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Iranian ship IRIS Lawan docked in Kochi. India gave safe harbor to Lawan on March 4th. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid IRIS Dana has been busted. Dana never sought safe harbor. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling a nuclear bomb. Warns consequence will make regime desperate. The TTP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours. All right, viewers, after the headlines, let's focus on the top story of the day. Now, as the Middle East war enters day 8, the US has now intensified its war efforts against Iran, and there have been major updates since morning suggesting a major action expected by the United States of America. We will be having right now with us Major Samar Paltur with us, a defense expert, to speak on this issue and give more details and insight on what's unfolding in the West Asian region and more about the conflict, sir. Stay with us while I share the first story, story that we will be discussing with you today. Now, the first story that's very important here, that the US Treasury Secretary, that is Scott Bessent, has now said tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest and we will inflict the greatest damage on Iran's missile platform. So the United States of America has been intensifying its war efforts against Iran, and this is a very big warning. So to what level will this escalate? We have to look at it. So a big warning from the United States of America. Scott Bessent has said that largest set of strikes are incoming tonight on Iran, and this will be the biggest strike one could expect. All right, Major Tura, what will be your reaction on this? To what level can this be escalated? More strikes, more deep strikes, more bombings, more killings? What else, sir?
You see, the Iranians have been very intelligent in terms of they deploying and firing their missiles. So as of now, they have the Americans have been monitoring them from where they're launching their underground silos, from where they are launching their missiles to Israel. So I think it's already been 7 days, and they have already earmarked the sites from where these missiles are being launched. So probably by tonight, there is going to be an all-out campaign in terms of negating and reducing these launching sites, which are underground mostly in nature, yes, and some are with mobile platforms. Now the real issue is that Iranians have yet to open up many other underground network silos, which have not even been used even once in this course of 7 days. So I think whatever the Americans have been able to gather in terms of their intelligence so far, they are going to go in for their bombing campaign. It is going to be mainly, the bunker busters bombs, and which are basically because see, Israel has been overwhelmed by a new technology, which is basically a missile with cluster munition. And these are, those hypersonic missiles, which again disintegrates into small cluster munitions, which are actually spreading all around the areas and vicinities of Israel. And there have been extensive collateral damages in Israel. Nobody's talking about it. There have been enclaves, which is housing the politicians of Israel. That has been decimated. I mean, there are a lot of speculation and news coming in regarding a lot of attrition which has happened to Israel in the last 72 hours.
Yes.
It is beyond imagination, the kind of destruction that Iran has brought upon Israel. The intensity and the consistency with which it has been firing these missiles without any gap at all has resulted in a lot of uncertainty. And that is one of the major reasons why they have even recalled one more aircraft carrier.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it also shows that it will be pretty difficult when it comes to Israel fighting this war alone, because Israel can't fight a war. Iran is a very powerful country. It has all the drone technology required, all the missile technology that is required to fight a very long war. Sir, there's another question is this, that Iran was pretty much prepared. Iran knew that its major enemy, its main enemy was the United States of America, and that's why it is wreaking havoc. It has wreaked havoc, whether it be Israel or the Middle Eastern countries, sir. Your word on that?
More than that, you see, Israel has been constantly learning regarding the new urban warfare in the terms of Russia and Ukraine. In fact, it was Iran which has helped set up the Shahid drone plant in Russia.
Yes.
So you see, the dependence on the Iranian drones has been immense, and Iran has been a master in hacking and taking control of the RQ Reaper series of American drones. They've hijacked them, they've brought them into the desert in one single piece. They've shared these drones and their technology in a proper functioning condition with the Chinese and the Russians and the North Koreans as well. So you see, the Iranians have actually mastered the art in drone warfare. And see, it's not a cakewalk anymore. You can see the Americans are trying to get in the Kurds to fight and get them an initial push in the war. But that is what they did, and they used the Kurds in the Syrian war.
Yes.
They used them against the ISIS, and later on they abandoned them. After abandoning them, the Turkish forces went against them, the Syrian army went against them. As a result, the Kurdish got betrayed. Now the Kurds, which are at the border of Iraq and Iran, now they are in a dilemma whether they really should go into this and hold hands with the Americans, because they've been betrayed. They've not been given much of a autonomous region, and powers and security were promised. Nothing has been delivered. So it is very unlikely that these resistance teams are going to be large in numbers.
Yes,
They're
sir.
going to be very small.
Yes.
And they are vulnerable to drones. And I'm telling you, no matter how much you decimate the installations of IRGC, their military, their technical wing, end of the day, they are going to fly these drones into the ground forces which are going to invade.
Definitely.
So the vulnerability is going to be maximum.
Which shows they were prepared for a very long war, sir. You stay with us.
Exactly.
There's another major development, as you were also sharing the news with us. In another update, reports have now suggested that the US is preparing to send its third aircraft carrier, that is USS George H.W. Bush, to the Middle East. Now, as per reports, now after two carriers, USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald R. Ford, US is likely to send its third aircraft carrier. Remember, this comes after US Treasury Secretary stated a few hours back that tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest, and we will inflict the greatest damage on Iran's missile platforms. Major Toor is with us, and Major Toor, we would like your comment on this. What exactly is the requirement of having three aircraft carriers? Is it not too much of a build-up? Was it really required? And what kind of damage do they want to inflict on Iran? Or is this a defensive strategy? As they also know that Iran can also fire hypersonic missiles, missiles that can inflict harm on their aircraft carriers also. Is this a defensive strategy or offensive strategy, sir? Over to you.
It has basically come to the American realization that the aircraft carrier Gerald Ford and Abraham Lincoln are not enough to confront the kind of missile attacks which are coming. They require more aircrafts, more air power to subdue and overcome these missile silos that the Iranians have constructed and from which they are launching their massive salvos onto Israel and the neighboring, American Gulf supporting countries. So that is one of the major reasons where probably they had underestimated the requirement of a third aircraft carrier, and they would have actually analyzed that 2 would have been enough. But looking at the present scenario, the momentum of the battle and the amount of missiles which are being pounded onto Israel and the neighboring Gulf American military bases, which have actually been decimated and are unfit for use by their own troops, I think it has come to the realization that this is not enough. They need more firepower. That is why they've called in the USS George Bush after USS Gerald Ford and USS Abraham Lincoln. So this miscalculation is going to definitely put them in the lurch. But I'm sure that they are going to up the tempo and they are going to go in for the bombing. But again, as I said, till you don't have boots on the ground, you can do the air campaign for a whole year, for maybe 2 years. But still, you need boots on the ground who's going to confront the enemy and plant the government and the flag of the most desired regime for the world peace in Iran. How is it going to happen? When is it going to happen is anybody's guess. People are saying another week, some are saying 10 days. But as far as I see it, it is going to go on for months. It is a proxy of Russia and China. And Russia and China are not going to stop supporting Iran. And Russia is having the last laugh. Because what is happening with Russia against Ukraine is exactly how Russia is going to use Iran against the Americans and the American economy. So it's going to be a tit-for-tat clash of the East versus West. And one proxy which has suffered a lot is Ukraine at the hands of the West. And now it is going to be Iran, which is again going to be a proxy of Russia and China and North Korea. Let me tell you, these three countries, their missile programs are phenomenally very good. They're exceptionally very superior. And they give a clash to the American technology and their military defense complex. And it's going to be a long haul. It's not going to be over so soon.
Yeah, but also the other angle here is that Donald Trump cannot afford more body bags in this case. Also, since the elections are pretty much near, it will not be in favor of Donald Trump. And also the kind of buildup which is happening there, definitely, as I go with your words, that Russia must be celebrating. It also wanted US to get affected by some sort of war, as it has been pushed towards a war with Ukraine. So stay with us. We have another development here, and I would like a comment on that too. The US has now approved an emergency sale of 1,000 pound bomb casings to Israel. Now, these are said to be worth $151.8 million amid escalating tensions with Iran. The sale, approved by the State Department's Bureau of Political Military Affairs, bypasses congressional review due to national security interests. Now, the munitions are intended to strengthen Israel's military capabilities and serve as a deterrent to regional threats. The deal includes U.S. government and contract engineering, logistics, and technical support support services. So this is another big development. This has also been approved. Now this means sale of 1,000 pound bomb casings to Israel worth $151.8 million. Major Tur, your comment on this. Definitely your point, one of your point was when will the boots on ground will be visible? When will we be able to see the boots on ground? But don't you think the United States of America would want Israeli soldiers to be entering, like in Lebanon, invading the Iranian regime, rather than the US troops entering Iranian regime, sir? Your comment on this and also the approval of these bombs.
See, keeping the diplomacy in mind and the regional sensitivity, I'm sure that the Americans are going to use the GCC, the Gulf contingent countries are the ones, these coordinating countries of the Gulf are going to come together. And exactly it's going to be like the Kuwait model, that when the Americans came in for the rescue of the Kuwaitis, later on they made the Kuwaitis and the Saudis and the Jordanians lead the front against Saddam Hussein. So I certainly feel that the Israeli troops will not be required much in number. As far as the American troops are concerned, they are already there on the ground since much before the protests started. The CIA element and the other supporting intelligence and espionage units have already been there in Iran all the time. But now in Najaf and Fallujah, there are a few other places where the American forces have landed, and these special operation forces are going to move into Iran. But again, they are reluctant, they are waiting, they are coordinating and collaborating with the Kurdish and the ethnic tribes. Now, you see, as far as the support is concerned from the Kurds, it's very complex because of the ethnicity. There are almost 14 different tribes in the whole region from where they are getting the Kurds. So the amount of unity and coordination, that is going to be a major challenge for the American ground forces until unless they move in all by themselves. But the cost of life is going to be high. The cost of attrition is going to be high. It is majorly going to be of drone attacks and drone ambushes, mainly at night when you don't see it coming. And during day itself, they'll be vulnerable to the enemy, the Iranian artillery and the Iranian militia fire. So you see, it's going to be a replica of what happened in Iraq, but this is going to be more intensified. And what intrigues me, what bothers me is, why are the Houthis quiet till now? Why haven't the Houthis not opened up? Probably to keep the GCC, the Gulf coordinating countries at bay. The Houthis have been told to put everything on hold. The moment GCC tries to move in on Iran, that is when the Houthis will open up against Saudi Arabia, and they might invade Saudi Arabia. And also the Strait of Hormuz will remain a constant threat. Yeah. There are again pro-Iranian forces in Somalia as well. So these are factions which are just waiting for a green signal, but they are put on hold till the time Gulf coordinating countries do not move in. So that is where the stalemate is. And the Americans are as of now on their own when it comes to the ground invasion. Yes. So let us see how things unfold. And but it is the Americans who have to face the wrath, who got to face the enemy face to face. And this is no normal enemy. This is an enemy which is indoctrinated, which is radicalized, which is prepared for the last 47 years. Yes. It is the same country which helped Hamas organize its underground network in terms of warfare and fight against Israel.
It has always been, Major Tur, about the dominance between the Shia countries and the Sunni countries when it comes to the Middle East region. And also, if the Middle Eastern countries start a war against each other, then there will be no point of return in this case. Thanks a lot for your insight on what's unfolding in that location. So that was Major Tur with us, with his in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in the West Asian region. Now, the Iran-Israel-US war has entered its 8th 15th day today, and Israel has intensified its airstrikes aimed at targets in Iran, targeting key Iranian infrastructure in Tehran. Now, in latest development, the Mehrabad International Airport was attacked once again by Israel. Watch this report.
It's the 8th day of the war. Israel has wreaked havoc on key Iranian infrastructure. The Mehrabad International Airport was once again ravaged by Israeli airstrikes. This is the second time the Mehrabad International Airport has been struck by the Israeli Air Force. The footage shows plumes of smoke and fire billowing out from the airport. The strikes were conducted after Israeli military stated that it was conducting extensive wave of strikes against regime's targets in Iran's capital. Earlier, it was attacked on 3rd of March. Situated in western Tehran, it's one of Iran's largest and busiest aviation hubs. Its location within the capital makes it strategically significant.
All right, viewers, we are getting a very big breaking news from the conflict zone. Now, over 80 IDF fighter jets. 80 IDF fighter jets have struck key Iranian regime military infrastructure in Tehran and central Iran till now. Now, this is coming from IDF. Israel Defense Forces say they targeted IRGC Imam Hussein Military University that is used for IRGC officer training and assembly compound. Also has been targeted ballistic missile storage facilities, underground missile command infrastructure, launch sites aimed at Israel located in western and central Iran. So the war has escalated to a different level now. Iran's underground missile command infra has been targeted, and more than 80 IDF fighter jets have now struck key Iranian regime military infrastructure in Tehran and central Iran until now. This is coming from the IDF. All right, so these are the visuals, as you can see on your screen, how IDF is striking, that is Israel is striking Iran. Now, these are the key sites that have been hit in this region on your television screen. As you can see, a strike on the production and development sites of missiles. All the ammunition has been targeted now. Sites on production and development sites have been hit. Now, 80 IDF fighter jets have struck key Iranian regime military infrastructure. And this is the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps University, which was used as an emergency asset, as an assembly compound. Now, this also has been targeted. This also has been struck. This also was one of the main targets of IDF, and they have been successful in hitting it, as being said, as being conveyed by the IDF. Now, this is another major development, major achievement by the Israeli Defense Forces in hitting Iran deep to the central Iran, deep till Tehran. Tehran and central Iran has been hit, has been struck once again. Now it has steeped up. More strikes, more strikes. Now, as the West Asia war rages, neither of the fronts are ready to back down. While US and Israel have been on the offensive, Iran's defense has now been powered not just by defending its territory, but also by attacking US allies. Was this what Israel was expecting when it launched an attack on Iran? And what does Israel now look forward to? Watch this Republic exclusive interview with Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, as we find out answers to these questions.
We are being joined in this broadcast by Israel's ambassador to New Delhi, Reuven Azar. Very good noon, Ambassador Azar, and thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. My first question to you, the last you came on a broadcast with us was about 3-4 days back. Are you closer to achieving your military objectives in the 5-6 days that have passed since?
Absolutely. We have hit very hard the capability of the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles of about 80%. We have, together with the United States, obliterated a large part of the Iranians' regime military capabilities, but it continues. We still have a way to go, and this operation can take several weeks.
All right. Were you surprised with the manner in which Iran expanded the scope of its missile and drone attacks across the region and not just limiting them to Israel like the last year's 12 days war?
We were assessing that they might want to escalate into a regional kind of war, and they indeed attacked 12 countries with no reason whatsoever, including attacks against civilian targets around the region and in Israel itself. They are aiming at civilian targets very massively.
Right, and you mentioned that many of, almost 80% of your military objectives are achieved. In fact, just a while back, we had statements coming in from the Pentagon that 90% of Iranian missile capacity stands decimated, or rather 90% reduction in Iranian missile attacks. Are we then looking at tapering off of this round of war with Iran?
Well, it's not the same. The fact that we are concentrating on effort, you know, at the beginning we concentrated the effort against the regime's air defenses, then the Air Force, the Navy, and the ballistic missile capability, because that is creating the hardest damage on civilian targets. Now, there are many other targets. There are military targets, and there are targets of this regime that is oppressing the Iranian people. What the United States and Israel want to do is to create a situation in which the Iranian regime that has been oppressing their own people for the last few decades and also terrorizing the region in many ways and creating weapons of mass destruction, that this regime will be weakened so the Iranian people can embrace the moment and try to bring a change in the regime or a change of the regime, because we don't want to engage ourselves again in a few months or a few years in another military operation. So it is very clear that despite the fact that you know, in negotiations and also through military means, we've been projecting to the regime that will be a hard price for them if they continue their policy. They have continued their policy. And therefore now the military operation is much harsher, it will take more time, and it's intended to change the reality in our region.
Oh, that's a significant statement coming in from you, Ambassador Azhar. What you're suggesting is that, if anything, this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair, that you are striking deep and hard. You have upped the game in terms of attacks, because the ultimate objective is to make sure that the present regime does not stay there.
Absolutely. You know, there are two phases here. The first concentration of Israel is to neutralize the existential threats against our country. As you remember very well, Abhishek, the Iranian regime has stated time and again that it wants to annihilate us, that wants to exterminate the state of Israel, that even had a placard in one of the places in Tehran that was counting the time of Israel's existence back. And they had 2 or even 3 programs to implement that: the military nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, and the support for the terror proxies. This was a regime that was actually taking over 4 Arab countries, and thanks to the efforts of Israel in the last 2 years, we have debilitated the regime, but not enough to the extent that it will neutralize the existential threats. They were on a pace to create immunity for these programs by burying them so deep into the ground that even the American forces won't be able to obliterate them. So now we acted before it's too late. And by doing that, we are not only defending ourselves, but we are defending the entire region.
Okay, just a couple of tough questions, Ambassador, if you could take them. First up, the IAEA says in the latest report that they do not believe that Iran was any closer to getting a nuclear bomb. So, I mean, how would the United States and Israel together respond to that?
Well, as I said earlier, people have to pay attention. We are not claiming that the Iranians right now were weeks from producing a nuclear weapon. What we are saying is that the Iranians have embarked in a program to move all the capabilities into locations deep underground that would allow them a process of reinstituting, reconstituting all these weapons of mass destruction without any possibility for us or the Americans to intervene. And that's why we had to take action now, okay? So what we did is not actually in contradiction to what the IAEA is claiming.
All right. My second question is, Ambassador Azhar, if regime change is the objective or was the objective, then we are not seeing that happening on the ground in terms of really people coming out and hitting the streets, taking down the present government and its symbols. So we are not seeing any kind of a counter-revolution or protest happening. And it's not just about us. For example, CNN, the American news station, they have set a team, and their reports suggest that on the ground it seems everyone is just going around or going on with their life, and that there is no suggestion of any counter revolution to the effect that people are going to come out and take the regime off.
Well, first of all, now we are in the midst of a military operation to obliterate military targets, and it's only natural that people will stay put in their homes because nobody wants to put himself in harm's way, and this is not our intention. The question is what is going to happen after we finish the phase of intensive military action. Whether at that point there will be some change coming from the Iranian people. We don't know that. We hope it will happen. We do not intend to invade Iran to make it happen ourselves. We are just giving an opportunity for the Iranian people to embrace this moment and get rid of this oppressive regime that has been killing them in the tens of thousands only a few weeks back. So I think it is in the interest of the regime right now to signal that everything is as usual. Things are not as usual in Iran, believe me, even if you hear it at CNN. It's not the case. I think people are waiting to see what are going to be the results of our operation, and then they are going to make a decision whether they want to engage again against this murderous regime, because, you know, it's not easy to do. When millions of people came out of the streets only a few weeks back, these oppressors didn't blink even, and they killed tens of thousands of them at blank point. So it's not easy to make a revolution or to come with demands to people that are murderers, okay? It's very difficult. I don't envy the Iranian people. I think that they're in a very difficult moment in their history. But now, the United States and Israel are giving them a chance.
This is on Rise of India. This is about Indian military's might after Operation Sindoor that we continue to celebrate, that continues to spook the enemy. When history will be written about modern India, it will speak of a nation that refuses to bow down. Operation Sindoor was one such strategy, was one such mission. It marked resolve, it marked clarity, it marked India's new military doctrine, decisive and fearless. And to deliver this opening keynote on India's growing military strength and strategic clarity, please join me in welcoming our distinguished veteran of the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor.
Good morning, everybody. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be here this morning. When I got a call to come and attend this national collective, I was reminded the first session when it began, the very concept and thought to connect India with one platform is outstanding. Every person in this country today has nationalistic feeling, and when the like-minded people sit, collect, discuss, listen, hear, it not only multiplies, it emanates and radiates in the work which is done by everybody. So I am indeed thankful to Republic and to the concept by itself by which we have begun collecting people for the national cause. Without taking much time, let me connect you straight away to the Prime Minister's visit to Israel yesterday and day before. If you had witnessed the honor and respect which the Indian Prime Minister got after reaching Israel, and especially the period when he addressed Knesset after 9 years, last he addressed in 2017, the first Prime Minister to receive the honor. The clapping in the Parliament didn't stop for a very, very long time. Not only Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, and the complete Parliament bowed in respect to India and Indian leadership. Now, why this visit is so important and why India's stature has gone so high after Op Sindoor is what I'm going to cover today. If you recall, we finished the Operation Sindoor in May last year. 12, I repeat, 12 heads of states from European countries and the West have visited India in last 8 months. The MOUs, the FTA agreements, the trade deals, and our Prime Minister have visited 12 countries in the last 9 months. The geopolitical shift which is taking place, by which the new world order is coming up, India has emerged and is coming up as a power with which every country wants to associate now. Let me take you back to Vedic periods. The known history of mankind is about 3,500 years, and India has led this for over 80% of the time. Most of us have been taught history, which is for the last few hundred years, where we had been subjugated, where in around 1700s the Britishers came and occupied, where in 1800s the British took over India, and the history is what we are generally told. But we are not told that India was so evolved that every country wanted to associate India right from the beginning. India was a place which discovered most of the things which were put out by the Westerners in 15th and 16th century as their own inventions. The Nalanda, Takshashila, and Ujjain universities of the past was a place where people from far and wide, traveling for years together, used to come and take education. The Arabic, the other day I attended a book launch by Mr. M.J. Akbar, in which he mentioned that all the Mughal kings were having pundits in the court, and they used to follow astrology to a big deal. They used to take every command and action from an astrologer or a pandit who was a part of the court, and it dates back to Aryabhatta, who brought in the astrology with mathematical calculations in 4th century AD, and he brought in this aspect to the knowledge of word from where the Greeks, Arabs, and the other people learnt about it, and that's how that was found and mentioned in the books. Unfortunately, all our treasures and all our wisdom was burnt by the invaders, and the rediscovery of New India has begun. If you look around, each and every foreign defense company wants to associate with India today. India is not the same what it was in 2016. On some other program the other day I was asked, when India did government-to-government deal for Rafales in 2016, why did we buy only 36? Why are we buying 114 now? I said these two Indias are different. The world is much different what it was in 2016 to what it is in 2026. Op Sindoor brought in a paradigm shift in India's defense manufacturing. Today, 60, I repeat again, I can name 60 companies, 60 Indian and foreign companies are deeply embedded in defense manufacturing in India. You name a product that is being manufactured, Aditi and IDEX, which the Ministry of Defense has launched in, to take the young startups and young generations. I happened to attend the AI Summit. I happened to attend a few other defense programs. I was speaking at the Space Convention yesterday, day before at Manekshaw. The kind of enthusiasm and the industry's involvement in manufacturing things for our armed forces and for our country is something that we should be all proud of. And today, India is at a threshold where Rafale, the company which has an order book of over 500 aeroplanes, which they cannot manufacture more than 36 a year, have requested India to set up a final assembly line. 4 Indian companies have started to manufacture fuselage for this company. Last year in October, the Prime Minister inaugurated the Safran MRO in Hyderabad. The manufacturing and assembly of Rafale is likely to commence after about 6 to 8 months when the final agreement would be signed. 114 aeroplanes the IAF is buying. The rest 26 which the Indian Navy has ordered and likely to order much more may be assembled and manufactured here in India. That's not it. The Adanis have gone in and done an MOU with Leonardo. The HAL has done a tie-up with 6 aviation companies including Boeing, Lockheed and Sukhoi to manufacture aeroplanes in India. Mahindra has done an agreement with Embraer and would be assembling and manufacturing the C-390 air-to-air refuelers. The Embraer has gone in with IAI to manufacture airborne early warning and control system aeroplanes in our country. About 11 companies of Indian origin and Israeli IAI, Elbit and others, including Bell, are manufacturing drones. The drones are latest and are being made from scratch, from the motherboard. This AI summit which I just attended, I happened to see that 500 Nevidas CPUs have been put in India. India is making a rival of ChatGPT, which is available online. Not only for industry, it's available for young entrepreneurs, kids, who can take it for as low as 65 rupees an hour, which costs thousands of rupees when you take it outside. And this ecosystem, be it in quantums, be it in AI, be it in machine learning, be it in defense manufacturing, is changing the landscape of this country. So through this forum, my advice to all the young ones in the country is that please look for your interest, look for the opportunities. There are abundant lying across in each and every way which it suits. Please join this journey. And India, which was the guru, the Vishwa Guru, every invader, right from 1500s upwards, started to look for India. Even Columbus was looking for India when it reached America. India, called the Sone ki Chidiya, was a land which had 25% of GDP till about 1700 AD, till the East India Company came. We had 25% of the global GDP before the East India Company came. And it was much higher till the 15th and the 16th century. But when the Britishers left us in 1947, which the loot and plunder, I was reading, if put to purchasing power parity today, was around $46 trillion. And we were 3% of the global GDP at that stage. We are the 4th largest economy today, well within becoming the 3rd largest economy, which the Prime Minister said the other day in Israeli Knesset, that in a few years would be the 3rd largest economy, and we will be a global power soon. India's aspiration to be the Vishwa Guru by 2047 is not far, and the young audience which is sitting behind are the people who are going to lead India when we become Vishwa Guru in 2047. The manufacturing is the weakest area which our country is today, but it is changing. We have been the service providers for last 30 to 40 years, and a large portion of our GDP, around 20 to 24%, constitutes of service sector. But the manufacturing, which is low today, is increasing. And in my appreciation, in 10 years' time, we would be manufacturing our own guns, our own tanks, our own aeroplanes, our own battleships, and we would be a force with which the complete world today wishes to align. Coming back to the armed forces, there are at least 65 countries who wish to engage with India in joint military exercises. There are about 70 plus countries who wants to send their officers and trainees to India to train with Indian Armed Forces. Indian instructors have started to go to United Kingdom to teach them. Indian instructors have started to go to Egypt and other countries to associate with their combat maneuvers. All the international exercises, which 12 of us, which we did last year, the feedback is every country wants India. The Singaporeans come every year to India to train with us, the Air Force. And I have no doubt in the Indian naval exercise, which is beginning now, this week in Visakhapatnam, in which 70 countries are participating for the naval exercise. Just see, we began with 6 countries, and today 70 countries' navies are engaging with India to participate in the naval exercise. This is the growth. This is the country you are all living in. Please cherish this moment and contribute in any which way you can for taking our country ahead. With this, I finish, and I thank Republic and this forum, the National Collective, to bring the like-minded people together and portray how our country is growing in the coming years. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the President's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
يا نحش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warns Iran, says tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest against Iran. US intensifies warship buildup amid war. Reports suggest US to send third aircraft carrier to Middle East. And India issues first statement. IRIS Lawan docked in Kochi. EM Jaishankar says India decided to help on humanitarian grounds. Iranian ship IRIS Lawan docked in Kochi. India gave safe harbour to Lawan on March 4. Fake narrative of India not coming to aid IRIS Dana has been busted. Dana never sought safe harbour. Iran tweets picture of a ballistic missile resembling nuclear bomb, warns consequences will make regime desperate. The TTP continues its attacks on Pakistani forces, targeting 7 districts in the last 24 hours. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with one of the biggest breaking news coming in. Big breaking news coming in at the top of this bulletin. EM Jaishankar has spoken on Iranian ship docked in Kochi, and Jaishankar has said that India viewed the entire situation from a humanitarian perspective and did whatever assistance was possible. Now, the External Affairs Minister said regional situation shift left ships in dire straits, and India provided whatever assistance we could provide. Now, India decided to help on humanitarian grounds. So this is the statement by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. Biggest statement on the Iranian vessel that was provided assistance by India, because there were already debates of another ship which was struck by a US submarine in the Indian Ocean, and there were debates of what India could have done or should have done in that case. Now, there is one Iranian ship that is already docked in Kochi, and this is the reaction towards that, because that ship was in distress and it asked for help. It sought help, and India provided the help that it was asking. So this comes from Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, that India has a particular salience when it comes to the Indian Ocean, and therefore a particular responsibility and contribution. It is also because we have an ability really to bring a lot of countries to the table or to the platform, because we have good relations with them. Perhaps they trust us more, or they are more comfortable with us. Now, this comes as a reaction on the question on the Iranian ship, that was provided help, which is still docked in India. And also, there was a question, there were ongoing debates on the IRIS Dana, which was attacked by America, by the American submarine, and this is a reaction to that. Now, he said, I support international law. We got a message from the Iranian side that one of the ships, which presumably was closest to our borders at that point of time, wanted to come into our port. They were reporting that they were having problems. Now, on the 1st March, we said you can come in, and it took them a few days to sail in, and then they docked in Kochi. So this was response to the ship, that is IRIS Lawan, which is as of now docked in Kochi. And he also mentioned that there were a lot of young cadets. Now, when the ships had set out and when they came here, the situation was totally different. They were coming in for a fleet review, and then they got in a way caught on the wrong side of events. And one obviously had a similar situation in Sri Lanka. They took the decision, which they did, and one of them unfortunately didn't make it. So he also spoke of RS Dana, that the one ship that did not make it because it was struck by a US submarine. He said that in a way caught on the wrong side of events. So one of the ships, and also one obviously had a similar situation in Sri Lanka. They took the decision, which they did, and one of them unfortunately didn't make it. We approached the situation from the point of view of humanity, other than whatever the legal issues were, and I think we did the right thing. He also says there are a lot of social media debates going on over this. Please understand the reality of the Indian Ocean. Diego Garcia has been in the Indian Ocean for the last 5 decades. The fact that there are foreign forces based in Djibouti happened in the early first decade of this century. Hamban Tota came up during this period. So this is one of the biggest statements, the official statement coming in from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. And he said clearly on IRS Lawan that India decided to help on humanitarian grounds because help was sought and one ship unfortunately did not make it. Also he was speaking about the Sri Lankan Navy which jumped in to help the Iranian soldiers, the Iranian Navy personnel, and the humanitarian assistance that India has been providing because we decided to help on humanitarian grounds. We also spoke to Dr. Shyam Kumar, a former Navy officer, on this issue for a comment, and let's listen in to what Captain Shyam Kumar has said. All right, so this is one of the first reactions that has come from Dr. S. Jaishankar on the distress signal that was received by India off an Iranian ship, and India did what it should have done on a humanitarian basis. It looked at it through a humanitarian angle. To speak on this issue, we are being joined by Captain Shyam Kumar, who's a former Navy officer. Sir, India has helped Iran in this case. There was a technical issue, but sadly there are debates going on the IRIS Dina. Yeah.
Thank you, Jai Hind, son of Varuna.
Sir,
it's a very important thing to understand. Maritime.
I would just like to stop you. We'll just adjust your frame once again. We'll just adjust your frame. We'll try to replay this interview once again, but this is one of the biggest statements that has come now because India had decided to help on humanitarian grounds. Captain Shyam Kumar will come again, but let's move on to another big story, big development. Now, amid claims that India refused help to an Iranian warship before it was sunk, new details are now emerging. On March 4th, another Iranian warship, that is IRIS Lawan, was allowed to dock at Kochi port after seeking permission from India, busting all fake narratives that India never helped IRIS Dana. Watch this report.
Amid the ongoing West Asia war, a new detail has emerged about India's role in the region. On March 4th, an Iranian naval vessel docked at Kochi port after seeking permission from India. The warship IRIS Lawan was allowed to enter the port for technical and logistical support. This comes days after an Iranian warship, IRIS Dana, was sunk in the Indian Ocean by a US submarine. There were claims that India never helped IRIS Dana. The SOS was received by the Sri Lankan Navy first. Later, India helped Sri Lanka with the search operations. Now, in a war filled with narratives, this development sets the record straight.
All right, viewers, the Iran-Israel-US war has entered its 8th day today, and Israel has intensified its airstrikes aimed at targets in Iran, targeting key Iranian infrastructure in Tehran, deep in Iran. And in a latest development, the Mehrabad International Airport was attacked once again by Israel. Watch this report.
It's the 8th day of the war. Israel has wreaked havoc on key Iranian infrastructure. The Mehrabad International Airport was once again ravaged by Israeli airstrikes. This is the second time the Mehrabad International Airport has been struck by the Israeli Air Force. The footage shows plumes of smoke and fire billowing out from the airport. The strikes were conducted after Israeli military stated that it was conducting extensive wave of strikes against regime's targets in Iran's capital. Earlier, it was attacked on 3rd of March. Situated in western Tehran, it's one of Iran's largest and busiest aviation hubs. Its location within the capital makes it strategically significant.
American and Israeli leaders are promoting rhetoric that suggests the assault against Iran is a religious war as the West Asia conflict moves into its 8th day. Israel and the US started attacking Iran on Saturday, and they have been doing so ever since. Now, Iran has retaliated by attacking US military installations in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Iraq, as well as targets in Israel. Now, according to a US watchdog, US soldiers have been informed that the conflict is meant to induce the biblical end of times. Now, Israeli and US officials have also used religious discourse in public, according to Arnab Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic World. Watch Arnab's ultimate call-out of Trump's attempt to project Iran war as religious crusade.
Concerned not because of whether this is a world war or not. This is a world war. Let nobody have any doubt about it. More than 30 nations are directly or indirectly involved. If this is not a world war, I don't know what is. The question is, there is no predictability in the present situation, because at the center of all of this is an unflinching narcissist called Donald Trump, who is a person you cannot predict his next move. He will do everything and anything possible to give this war a spin. Now look at those visuals. He is now sitting there in the Oval Office praying to the Lord, quite literally. This is not just a visual. This is making it look like he's seeking divine intervention or justification for the fire that he's lit. He's trying to make this look like a religious war. And that is the worry about Trump. A quick match tossed into Iran after his luncheon with Netanyahu at the White House. He thought the spark would last a few days, but this war has gone on far beyond what Donald Trump had anticipated, which is why he hosted pastors and military commanders into the White House. And military commanders are telling troops that Donald Trump has been anointed by God as part of a divine plan.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. Yes. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. Yes. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Donald Trump's attempt to make it look like he's fighting a Christian war. Like this is some kind of a modern day crusade. And this is extremely worrying, because there is a clear political intent behind what Donald Trump is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside this extremely troubling attempt to try to paint Donald Trump as a man chosen by God, as a man chosen by the God Almighty to fight God's battles on earth, they are now releasing memes saying, "Justice, the American way." This is a war video that Donald Trump is releasing. What is this war video? You need to look at this. This is a mashup of Iron Man, Superman, Transformers, Deadpool, Star Wars, taking on the subject of war. A war which has killed little girls who were at school, has snuffed out the lives of hundreds of children, and America has turned this war into a video game. Listen to this. This is horrific.
Wake up, Daddy Son.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out.
Maximum effort.
Here it comes.
Now end this!
Ladies and gentlemen, when the White House becomes something as troubling as this, and I call upon today BBC, CNN, and all these other channels to tell me how much investigative journalism have they done? on the killing of hundreds of schoolgirls in the bomb attack that happened in Iran. Is that something that they would put into a video game, into a meme released by the White House? Why are these networks not releasing it? Why are they not talking about it? Is Donald Trump fighting God's battle by killing hundreds of children? This is so unfortunate, and if that confused dichotomy is not enough, the Americans have now pulled back on their grand morality of Russian oil, and they are saying to India, we give you a waiver. We give you a waiver. There was a tweet that was put out by Scott Bessent, who says to keep oil flowing in the global market, we are giving a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Indian oil. What rubbish, Scott Bessent. You can put that tweet into the dustbin, because we have made it clear we have never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. We've never stopped buying Russian oil in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, within America, as this nonsense goes on, there is major anger against Donald Trump. The people are not convinced. That was visible in this visual of a US Marine. A US Marine was dragged out of a Senate hearing. He was heard screaming, no one wants to fight for Israel. This is also the sentiment on the ground in America. The anger against Trump is growing.
Please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Oh my God. Science, why are you here? Why are you getting arrested?
Free Palestine, from the halls of Mount Azupla to the shores of Tripoli. Palestine will be free.
While that happened, they broke his hand, because today Trump and Trump's people cannot tolerate any dissent. It's not just about people being unconvinced. Pete Hegseth and Trump are contradicting each other. Pete Hegseth, the embarrassing Secretary of Defense, came out and said it was not a regime change war. Now Trump is saying that he wants to be involved in picking the next leader of Iran. Trump said initially it will take 4 weeks, and there are reports in some sections of the media that it will take at least 100 days. Some people are saying this will last till September. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all circling back to that visual. The fact is, Trump doesn't know what he's doing anymore. This is a confused man. There's a section of the media in America which says that his name has come up very strongly in one part of the Epstein files. How can a man whose name features in the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen, present himself like a person chosen by God? Every single visual. This is a visual of Trump seeking divine intervention in the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to spin this narrative. He's lost on tariffs. He's circled on Epstein. He's a man who is on the back foot on Epstein. He's lost the battle on tariffs. He's not in control. People are angry with him. His popularity is at an all-time low. He's not setting the narrative. He's not in the driver's seat. And this visual is the most troubling. This visual of him, and with all media attention, trying to make it out to be a religious war. Ladies and gentlemen, a war about oil. A war over oil, a war over trade routes. A war over money is Trump's war. This is not God's war. This is Trump's war, and Trump's war alone.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warns Iran, says tonight's bombing campaign will be the largest against Iran. And also, U.S. intensifies warship buildup amid war. Reports suggest U.S. to send third aircraft carrier to Middle East.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
Justice is something that cannot be a rare entity. It has to be everywhere. And when places become unwelcoming, unsafe, we have to stand tall towards that environment. And we have one such voice, in fact, among us, Dr. Alana Golmay, a lawyer, an activist, and a relentless voice for dignity and equal rights. And before, in fact, let's welcome Dr. Alana Golmay.
Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to Republic and welcome to the Republic Women's Summit. This is a place made for women like you, for example setters like you. And just to give everybody a little bit more context, she is not just a lawyer, she's a humanitarian. She is also a women's activist, and she does not only work for equality, but she also works heavily against racial abuse. A lot of cases that we keep seeing in Delhi. So I think a chat with you is as relevant as it gets.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the first thing that I want to understand, now we have you at the intersection of not just gender, race, but also legalities. You have a proficiency in legalities, but you also understand what racial abuse is like. You have been a shoulder to women, who have faced abuse in their life, who faced inequality in their life. We say that India has some of the best laws when it comes to women and to support women against atrocities. Where do you think the gap lies? Is it the law? Is it the legislation, the execution, or is it still the minds of the people?
I would just like to flag out two things here. First of all, the implementation part. Of course, like you rightly said, that we have the best laws in the country. But then why crimes against women are still happening? Why it is not stopping? The more laws you have, in 2012, the Nirbhaya case, when then later on, thereafter, they have constituted a Justice Verma committee. And we have amended the rape law. But still, the number of rape cases and crimes against women are still reporting. So that means we need to see that there is a gap of the laws that we have, the legislation that we have, the provisions that we have, but still in the implementing part. And also, of course, the prosecution. I will be very frank in this. Prosecution is very weak in our country. So I think there are a few things that needs to be addressed.
Ma'am, also, just to understand, when we speak about equality, of course, it's cerebral. But we also just heard that the legal spaces, especially when it comes to education, they are dominated by women candidates. But why is it that when this number gets converted into actual courts, the number doesn't remain the same? In actual courts, in actual judicial system, women then get outnumbered by men.
Yes, of course, this is very unfortunate. I just feel that for more than 1,000 of years in our country, women are being suppressed. We do talk about women, we do talk about women empowerment, but I think when it comes to practical, when it comes to reality, I think the voice of women are less represented. So we are not given that opportunity. I still feel that male still dominates, the entire institutions. For example, in elections, let me just bring into this. I would just say in Manipur context, when a male candidate is contesting an election, why would only women lining up to vote for male? I mean, if there were any female candidate, this is a big question. Would any female be standing there to vote for female? I have a very big doubt about it. So I think this has to do with also, sensitization with that we need to really tell women that you can do it. But the problem is that we have been, when you say, women cannot do it, you are a weakest section. So we are made to believe that in a patriarchal society like ours, the women are supposed to be only, below men. That you cannot come up, and then you cannot be the decision-making, in the decision-making process. So I think all this has still ingrained in us that we women also sometimes, we're patriarchal ourselves, So I think from this, I think we need to, come out of this.
Ma'am, in fact, that was a great answer. But I also want to understand now, how do you think India's idea as a community, not just a country, but as a community, how do you think our idea of equality has evolved? And of course, you are free to talk about the legal space, but I also mean generally, since you've been around so many survivors, you are in touch with what is happening. We here are the privileged ones. I'm not saying that we won't have these problems, but we definitely don't have it as bad as a lot of women. And most women are not as privileged as the women sitting in this room. So what do you think? Has India's understanding of equality evolved, or is there a lot more scope?
I think, yes, I cannot say that things have not changed. Yeah. Because as a young woman, even I would say over 2 decades ago, the police were not even, sensitized. They used to smile when a woman is coming to the police station. But I felt that, things are changing, actually. And also, I do believe in the young minds and the younger generation that I'm sure things will change. But as far as now the present time is concerned, yes, there needs to do a lot of things. When you are talking about crimes against women or women empowerment, it should not be amongst women. We have to start talking to men. Yeah. Men should get involved. Yeah. Men should also come out on the streets. If there is anything injustice is done to women, it should not be only women talking about themselves. It should not be only women fighting for justice for women. But I think it is also men should be involved. Yes, of course, as you said, charity begins at home. So in the family, it should not be boys. Parents also has to start the work of telling the boys, the siblings that, it is only not women who should be being in the kitchen, who should be doing the household chores, but also equality. That means it starts from home, and I think this has to be taught. We tend to think that, okay, in the syllabus, for example, or in schools, but I think the most important thing is that it has to start from home, where boys should be sensitized.
We're honored to have you here, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we're going to welcome two very special guests who are with us. Parijita Singh, a senior advocate, Supreme Court of India. She began her career in 1997. She trained under India's top legal minds and has represented landmark cases including the Upar fire tragedy, Delhi air pollution, and defended legendary actor Dilip Kumar. Designated a senior advocate in 2019, she embodies conviction, courage, and commitment through her work. And we also have with us Diksha Rai Goswami, again advocate on record, Supreme Court of India, with over a decade of representing the state of Assam and Union of India. She also advises private clients, provides free legal aid through the Supreme Court Legal Services Committee. Sharp, principled and precise, she continues to shape justice at the highest levels. Thank you to both of you, and this is a conversation that's going to be moderated by my colleague Rhythm. Thank you to both of you for coming.
It's wonderful to have a panel finally with two people who've been escaping coming on Republic TV for the longest time. But other than the jokes, I want to tell our viewers and I want to tell everyone, there are places of power in the parliament, there are places of power in politics, and then there are places of power in the highest courts of the country. And I think you represent a space in that arena, which we're going to talk about. It's very easy to speak about what we've just seen. Aparajita, for you, you're a senior advocate in the Supreme Court. You've been in pro bono in the Upahar case, the Neelam Katara case, representing some big names. And you've always been working with precision, with directness, and with a lot of hard work. When it comes to you, Diksha, several very big cases that you've been a part of, the NJAC case, the Triple Talaq case, you're representing and a part of the Standing Council for the state of Assam. You've also represented the central government, the Maharashtra government, and also the Arunachal Pradesh government. We want to understand from you how it is to navigate being a part of these governments and also working as a woman lawyer. So that's the first question I'm going to ask both my guests today. Aparajita, I begin with you. In a place that is male-dominated, the Supreme Court of India, when is it you felt for the first time that you were being heard and respected?
Frankly, right from the beginning. So my journey, if I can describe
Please.
I don't have a legal background, you know that. So when I passed out from Campus Law Center in 96, sorry. And I just, during our times, there was no cell phone. So 197 I dialed, and I took the number of Mr. Gopal Subramaniam, and then I called his office. His clerk came on the line, and then I said, I want to work with Mr. Gopal Subramaniam. He transferred the call to Mr. Subramaniam.
Wow.
He spoke to me, and he said, okay, my chamber is full, but I'll give you a reco. He called me the next day, I went there. He gave me a reco for Mr. Dholakia, whom I joined.
Okay.
Again, Uday Lalit was my second senior. I saw him arguing in court against Mr. Dholakia, and I realized this man is so calm, he speaks so nicely, and he's so, dignified. And he was an advocate in record. So I went and spoke to him after that. He said, join. Same with Mr. Salve. I saw him arguing one of the river dispute matters. I thought he was the Solicitor General, and I thought he was wonderful. So I just went and asked him, can I join you? And he said, from tomorrow.
Wow.
So I never felt like a woman, and I never felt that my gender was a problem when I entered the profession.
So I asked the same question to you, Diksha. Traditionally male-dominated, how is it your journey was? And did you have backing? How did this come about? The first question, when did you first feel heard?
So I think Aparajita's answer, I can happily adopt it. The amazing thing about these corridors of justice is that even when you come without a legal background, if you're ready to put in the hard work, there's always space for you. And I think that goes true for any field. So I remember, of course, for my first internship, I had I had to wait almost a year before the first office accepted me. But after which I realized, if you show that you're ready to work, all doors open for you. So my first internship was with a litigation firm. After I worked a few years, they absorbed me when I joined the profession. And I went to the office of Mr. Rohtagi after the litigation firm, and he's, he was the former Attorney General. He's the former Attorney General and top practitioner. What I realized is the same story as Aparajita. I requested, after I'd worked 2-3 years in Parekh and Company, I went and I requested, sir, if I could work with him. And he said, maybe you should do the High Court first. And I said, sir, I'll go back to that if you give me an opportunity. And once I joined him, then, he started depending more on your work. And the result is that if you're ready to work, I think all doors will open for you. That is a message I think any, a new lawyer can take from us. It will not matter if you're a girl, you're a boy, the doors will open if you're ready to work.
No, that's well said. Then our next question I ask you, Aparajita. You've done pro bono work in the Upar case, the Neelam Krishnamurthy case, in the Upar case in the lower court, the trial court, the Supreme Court. It's taken too long for justice to have come, even though it's come. Do you think somewhere delays are a bane of the judicial system? How can it be reformed?
I don't think justice came to them, really, if you ask me.
I agree. In lots of ways, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think I've done both the cases. Of course, Upar, because of Mr. Salve was the solicitor when it started. He appeared for the state. And then both Mr. Salve and I, we did it pro bono, right from the trial court till Supreme Court. And the High Court, first, the charges were not framed as they should have been framed for a higher offense. Secondly, even 304A, the charges, the sentence is 2 years. Even that was finally reduced. To cut it short, it was finally reduced to 1 year by the Supreme Court and 6 months for one person, then again 1 year. So the thing is, after the couple who lost both their children, and where everything was in their favor, it was complete negligence on part of the cinema owners. And if that took so much time to come from, decades to come from the trial court to the High Court, and they get away with 1 year, I feel justice was not done to them.
And I don't think there's any respite in that. It's alas. I asked the same question to you, but in a different case, Diksha. The Shaira Bano case, the triple talaq case that you were a very important part of, it's no longer a part of India. Triple talaq has been banned. Just recently, however, Justice Malhotra was telling me, she met a woman in the hospital and the woman was telling her, a Muslim woman, that, ma'am, see my mobile, my husband has just given me triple talaq on the phone. So even though the law of the land has changed, these women don't have their remedy. How do we modify that?
See, law is one aspect, and then interpretation and implementation of law is another aspect. Of course, change has to come from the society. And as far as these customary, because each religion has its own, we still don't have a uniform civil code which is implemented effectively. There are a lot of avenues which will have to change. In fact, instances of these kind of matters are even pending in the Supreme Court today. And even after law is declared with respect to them, how the society will slowly evolve will have to come from us. And that I speak not just as a lawyer, but as a woman. We will have to stand up for our rights. We will have to take up these cases one after another. And the change will have to come from us.
All right. On that note, as I thank you both for being here, I say we are seeing a lot of achievement, but it comes with years of reading, years of looking at citations, years of research, and I congratulate you both for being here because you're keeping a check and balance on the Constitution, not only watching it, but also interpreting it. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sadhvi Majumdar, who's going to be in conversation with my colleague, Gesu Bharadwaj, on the stage. Thank you so much.
Sadhvi, it's very inspiring to see. Your journey has been extravagant, and it's extremely inspiring to see someone turn their passion into purpose. And not just for personal success, but to set an example for a larger audience, to become a memo for young women to come. I want to start with asking you about your journey. How's it been? How's it look like?
First of all, it's an honor to be here to speak to you. Thank you, Republic TV, for thinking my voice was important enough for womankind. And to see beautiful people and inspiring ladies such as Padma ma'am, I was transfixed looking at her, and to follow this stage after such forces of women, I think it's an achievement in my own right. So I am thankful for it.
I know that you've studied dance. You thoroughly understand it, you're born with it, and you've embraced it for the life to come, right? And I think you're going to do it further also.
Yes.
How do you think that dance, and a form of expression especially, becomes a catalyst to women empowerment? You know, especially in a time when women can only actually prove their empowerment through expression, through resistance. And I think dance is a culmination of all of it and more.
So, I've started with the classical dance form of Bharatanatyam. That is my forte. There is a book written on Indian aesthetics and dance language called the Natya Shastra, which is 2,000 years old. And it is one of the oldest ancient texts written. And in that, it's written that, you know, how you can dress to see costumes and music and stage and expression and abhinaya. While I started exploring the field of abhinaya, dancing and abhinaya in general, there's this one thing where we are told that we are too much, right? Women are too much. We have complex emotions, we are told. We cannot think straight, apparently. But ironically, that becomes an advantage in the arts of abhinaya and expression, right? Where this became like the only safe space where women could be too much, and that would actually serve for the better of you. So that was kind of a exploration and a learning and realization on my part, because I started dancing when I was 2.5, right? So it's a memory at this point. It's a lifestyle. It's not an art form for me. I cannot tell you what my life was before dancing. My mother is an artist, so I have grown up in a society surrounded by art and the environment. And it was a quiet revolution from the earlier days. You know, it did not come to me one day breaking the doors and be like, hey, you know, it was from the childhood. And I come from a very tiny state, northeast Tripura, where people haven't maybe even heard about this state. But from there, to make it to Mumbai and then to the global stages, and to be a woman in my own right, still be feminine and graceful, and also try to you know, forge a path where males dominate the spaces. I think it is even more important today to be more feminine and more graceful, because I think that is our power, and that is how we will rule the world. I have a feeling that we can do everything a man does better and in heels. That's the only difference, that's all.
Definitely. In fact, you know, I also want to understand, so social media is not entirely what your job is like, but it is a huge part of what you do, right? Even the fact that women would put themselves out there on social media, it's very common for everybody to face some or the other sort of mockery from peer groups or from relatives when you start venturing onto social media for the first time. But that's not the only restriction that women would face. I think women would also be like they'd be open to public judgment also. Anybody crossing the street thinks that they would have the right to make a remark on a woman who's just trying to take her own space. So tell me, how do you deal with things like these? And for women who would want to start or venture into performing arts like you have, especially on the digital space, it takes time to grow, and that time is full of mockery. How do you cut that noise out?
Well, I believe everything needs time. I haven't gotten anything overnight. No success of mine has been overnight. It has been a series of failures, and then one day it all made sense. So everything that I went along the way, because at this point I've come to a point where if anything doesn't go my way, I'm actually happy, because I know it's for the greater good, because nothing has happened like that. Social I've done reality shows, so I got a decent following from there. I started really young. My first show was Dance Bangla Dance, a regional show in Zee Bangla when I was in 8th grade. Then I went to India's Dancing Superstar, and then I went in 9th grade. Then I did Dance India Dance in 11th grade, and then India's Best Dancer. Then the choreography happened when I moved to Bombay, and then that's history. But there was no social media at that time. I remember I opened Instagram after doing India's Best Dancer, which was like when I was in 10th grade. And because at that time, now a lot of dance reality shows have come, and like, because India is full of talent, there's just so much mad talent in the country. But when we started, it was very niche, you know. People were, and especially from where I come from, Agartala, nobody had done that before. I had beat almost 25,000, 60,000, I don't know, for people to make the top 12, which was unheard of. And so when I went there to the state, back to the state, so it was a completely different thing altogether. But anyway, I got a head start from there. That's when I started into YouTube and then Instagram, and then now it has become a space. It has changed completely, and I like to say, I was having this conversation with my friend, and he was telling me, social media is now social currency, you know. It is not just followers, and no matter how much we say, hey, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, I would like to say it doesn't matter because I have a very love and hate relationship with with social media. I keep going off and coming back on again, and I know it will never end, but I will only have to find a better solution to exist mutually. But also you have to understand that I come from a classical background where I remember I was in 7th, 8th grade, and my guru and I had seen my first international, I'd seen YouTube, I discovered YouTube, and I saw an international Bharatanatyam dancer dancing on an international stage. I saw her choreography, I saw her perform that 1.5-minute piece, and I was transfixed. That was my first access to outside world as to what Bharatanatyam could look like on a stage. Before that, it was just, you know, we used to go to stage, we used to go to class, and so Bharatanatyam, a traditional Bharatanatyam thing is like a 5-minute, 10-minute thing where you first explain to the audience as to what you're going to dance about, and then you dance about the thing in a foreign, I mean, in a Sanskrit language, or like where people don't usually understand what's happening. And I think that was the reason why it became like a thing where people were like, oh, you know, we don't understand classical dancing, or we won't